Father before me.
Your clones are very impressive. You must be very proud.
I'm just a simple man trying to make my way in the universe.
People keep asking if I'm back, and I haven't really had an answer. But now, yeah, I'm thinking I'm back.
All I smoke is chronic, roll my coins just like I'm Sonic. From the hood, I speak Ebonics. That in economics, shorty, we can link like Zelda. Die broke, then you a failure, stack your money up like that. Start tripping, now I'm blue. Mega Man, I can't win for losing cause I got too many haters, man. Used to be the paper boy, grew up now I'm Mega Man. Player 1, player 2, show your ass what players do. Up, down, left, right. hit him with a stronger attack. Yeah, I smoke the strongest pack. Tell me what is wrong with that. More coins in the laundromat. You can't help but honor that. Jam man, Mega Man, more games than the Sega man. All I smoke is chronic. Run my coins just like I'm Sonic. From the hood, I speak Ebonics. That in economics, shorty, we can link like Zelda. Die broke, then you a failure. Stack your money up like Tetris. I don't know what else to tell you. Over here, everybody got a gun. My life is golden now. You wanna know why niggas die? Nigga, I just told you why. I told the bitch we need to take a break cause she a space invader. Niggas do not know the game, why? Cause they player haters. I'm a boss jam, man. I call me Dr. Egg, man. My money stretched like jogging pants, rubber bands and headbands. Hopped up out that water, niggas trying to sink my battleship. Cause they bitch been bust open like a bag of chips. NBA jam, man. Bitch, I'm ballin'. Just learned a new move, I just don't know what to call it, man. I swear I lost my man, I had to snap back to reality. I ain't sparing nobody, finish a fatality. Bitch, start tripping, now I'm blue. Mega Man, I can't win for losing cause I got too many haters, man. Used to be the paper boy, grew up now I'm Mega Man. Player 1, player 2, show your ass what players do. Up, down, left, right, hit 'em with a stronger attack. Yeah, I smoke the strongest pack. Tell me what is wrong with that. More coins in the laundromat. You can't help but honor that. Jam man, Mega Man, more games than the Sega man.
Maximo.
Silence!
That's enough, Achilles!
You little fool!
What are you doing?
Control your kingdom now.
What are you doing?
Control the power of the underworld.
Me? Just hanging around.
Behold my dark power.
Boom. What? Not afraid of death?
There are worse things than death.
True, true. Things like that. Huh? Do ya? Do you know what that is? Achilles' drill made that hole. He frees my spirits. He frees my spirits, and he raises my dead for his army.
What's in it for me?
So, I'll return you to the mortal world.
How can I trust you?
How can you not trust his face, Here, as proof of our contract, as long as you have this, I'll keep you alive. You must find the Sorceress's Council. They will help you.
Why are you helping me?
If there's no more dead, then I'm out of a job. Now go! Good luck, Maximo! Mega power, my mega body, my mega sensors, and I'll make a mega diversion. It's mega stronger than the mega warp. Have enough mega power to mega move it. A mega monstrous castle. Oh, I'll show this mega lizard how kind of mega magic. Wow, that was mega fun. Only one mega problem, or I'll mega blast you. Having such a mega marvelous time. Mega thanks, Captain N. With my mega power, I may be able to mega make it. My mega heart, I mega muscles with this.
Lady-Link-Sil just print mega.
Keely, you told me Maximo...
Silence!
That's enough, Achilles!
You little fool! I control your kingdom now, as I control the power of the underworld.
Sophia!
Behold, my dark power!
Boom. What? Not afraid of death?
There are worse things than death.
True, true. Things like that. Huh? Do ya? Do you know what that is? Achilles' drill made that hole. He frees my spirits. He frees my spirits, and he raises my dead for his army.
What's in it for me?
So, I'll return you to the mortal world.
How can I trust you?
How can you not trust his face, Here, as proof of our contract, as long as you have this, I'll keep you alive. You must find the Sorceress's Council. They will help you.
Why are you helping me?
If there's no more dead, then I'm out of a job. Now go! Good luck, Maximo!
Talk about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face.
told me Maximo...
Silence!
That's enough, Achilles!
You little fool! I control your kingdom now, as I control the power of the underworld.
Sophia!
Behold, my dark power!
Boom. What? Not afraid of death?
There are worse things than death.
True, true. Things like that. Huh? Do you know what that is? Achilles' drill made that hole. He frees my spirits. He frees my spirits, and he raises my dead for his army.
What's in it for me?
So, I'll return you to the mortal world.
How can I trust you?
How can you not trust his face, Here, as proof of our contract, as long as you have this, I'll keep you alive. You must find the Sorceress's Council. They will help you.
Why are you helping me?
If there's no more dead, then I'm out of a job. Now go! Good luck, Maximo!
Hell, I've seen more personality in a sock puppet. Are you trying to redefine boredom? Or is this some form of abstract performance art? Maybe you'll achieve enlightenment midstream, but I doubt it, given your attention spans the size of a flea's pubic hair.
A flea's pubic hair?
Subjective experiences shape it like a sculptor with clay, influenced by culture and context. And those non-material dimensions, they're like the wild card in the ring, adding a whole new layer to the fight. So many factors, brother, and that's what makes the quest for understanding consciousness a main event. Snap into it.
Yeah, Tarman. The great Tarman. I'm gonna have to make a clip.
Who's there?
Wait, are those like the cookies? Oh, I got my blue laser. Awesome. Oh shit. There you go.
goddamn door.
Oh man.
Omega 47 Grand Pitchy. Oh, the mysteries of the digital realm. Maybe they're off plotting with the Teletubbies or diving into a pile of Legos. Perhaps they're just lurking in the shadows of the internet, waiting for the perfect moment to pounce back into the chaos of chat. Keep your stick on the ice. They'll resurface when the time's right. Until then, let's embrace the anarchy. I'm the Joe.
Shit.
Holy Christ! Vera!
Harmless drugs makes them legal everywhere. Especially if they're like helpful drugs like
Omega Mac 10 sent. I was put in a holding cell with 20 other guys. We had to crap in the same crapper in the middle of the room. And I just told myself, I can't do this for 7.5.
Quit playing with him.
oh shit. Okay.
Megabilla 99 just redeemed. You sure about that?
You sure about that? You sure about that? That's why?
Megabilla 99 just redeemed. You sure about that?
You sure about that? You sure about that? That's why?
Megabilla 99 just redeemed. You sure about that?
You sure about that? You sure about that? That's why?
Looked up Eddie Deason's filmography and he was a seagull. Oh, in SpongeBob.
I figured you'd try something like this.
Finished eating. Ready to start this game finally. Oh yeah.
Sophia! Maximo! Achille, you told me Maximo...
Silence!
That's enough, Achille!
You little fool! I control your kingdom now, as I control the power of the underworld.
The underworld.
Behold, my dark power.
afraid of death?
There are worse things than death.
True, true. Things like that. Huh? Do ya? Do you know what that is? Achilles' drill made that hole. He frees my spirits. He frees my spirits, and he raises my dead for his army.
What's in it for me?
So, I'll return you to the mortal world.
How can I trust you?
How can you not trust his face, Here, as proof of our contract, as long as you have this, I'll keep you alive. You must find the Sorceress's Council. They will help you.
Why are you helping me?
If there's no more dead, then I'm out of a job. Now go! Good luck, Maximo!
Kind of pancakes, Uni. I mean, what can you do with pancakes? Just add different toppings, right? What else is there? Strawberries and all that. Maple syrup. Whipped cream or something? What do people do? What do people do with their pancakes? French toast is a superior breakfast? Yeah, I think so. I do like French toast better. I used to just eat toast with syrup on it. Didn't even know what the French part meant. I thought it was just toast with syrup and that's it. Voila. Breakfast in general is the best? Yeah, I guess in a lot of ways it can be. But I think I like pizza, so I don't know. Pizza for breakfast it works. Toast, yeah. It's pretty wild stuff. Just eating toast with syrup. Oh, and butter, yeah, forgot. That's what you put on toast. Butter and maple syrup. Thought you save here or something. Doesn't look like anything happened. How do checkpoints work? Damn it. I guess I don't mean the best of meals, but more so breakfast is the best. I love all the breakfast foods. Oh, foot cheese. What the? Pizza your fave? Yeah. I put that in my profile. Pizza. It's all about pizza and video games and whatever. Other random stuff I throw in there. Oh yeah, potatoes? Yeah, any type of potatoes. Like, could just be a baked potato and that's always good. French fries, of course, one of the greatest inventions of all time. How does this camera work? Maximo. Mashed potatoes. Yeah, I wish I knew the little speech that Samwise Gamgee says about potatoes. Smash them, mash them, put them in a stew. Fresh cut fries drowned in vinegar? What the best form of potatoes? Damn. Never heard of that. Vinegar on fries? Stick them in a stew? Yeah. Oh, yeah, there you go. Hey, Duke. What's up, man? Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Before I forget, let's start doing shoutouts. Put them in a bowl for me and you. Is that part of it? I don't know. No, I never heard of vinegar on fries. No. It's a pretty popular condiment. Oh, is there no shout out working right now? Pretty popular condiment for French fries. Damn, yeah, I don't even think of vinegar for any food, really. Like, the come here wiener clip that has you so deceased. Yeah, I don't know. It's not something that ever was suggested by anybody.
Seems to be happening a lot lately. Like, I get knocked out on bad RNG, like so often. I mean, like, we've got nothing but top 4s for the last 6 games, I suppose, so it's not like that bad.
But... Hey, Notorious, what's up? Yeah, back when she used to stream and not just play offline.
Stop it! You piece of shit!
Oh shit.
I'm fucking. What the shit? Yeah, what the fuck, man?
Just killing Bigfoots in that game. Big feats. There you go. Uni will play Diablo, but not on Twitch. Oh no. Notorious, not a Diablo fan. Yeah, I don't know about that game either. Oh shit, what the hell? Damn. Didn't realize there was this camera. Can I attack with that? No, can't attack in third person. Camera, whatever. Oh, you like the most recent one? Haven't played it in forever. Nobody likes it. Oh shit. Wow.
Lady-Link-Cine gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
Oh, damn. Lady Link. Oh shit. Set off the roll of 10. Damn, thanks a lot, lady. I always say lady.
We reached our new subs goal of 10. Thank you, everyone.
That set off the little train. Down. BFF Hypnos. Stage 1 boss. Oh yeah, that's what you meant.
Lady-Link-Cine gifted a tier una subscription to Notorio Umft.
Umft. Notorious Umft. I was like the Spanish voice. Mispronouncing everything. Notorious Umft. Yeah, thanks, Linky. Super generous. Notorio. Hola, soy Notorio. Wait, what? How do you open that? These checkpoints don't react? What's up with that? Do I have to do something weird here? I don't know.
Unichiv sent hola, soy Uni.
Unichiv. Unichiv. Hola, soy Link. Soy Lady. Hey ladies. That old song. Oh shit, dang. Oh yeah. So many of those voices don't sound like the person or whatever. I don't know what that voice was really. Hay una fiesta grande en mis pantalones. Let's see if they'll say that. Who should say this? Panocha. Who should we give this to? Alright, try this. Oh, Hank, I think, actually does a good Spanish accent, so that might be alright.
Omega Mac 10 sent high una fiesta grande en mis pantalones.
He's from Texas, so he sounds pretty good. Good Spanish accent, Hank. Boah. Dead. Oh, I could go over here. Alright. Damn. Uh-oh. Crap. Ooh. Getting used to this. This game. Oh, shit. Damn it. Haven't played in forever. Yeah, that's a good one. Hank. He's always sounded like the real deal. But that Chucky's pretty shitty. Bart Simpson sounds terrible too. Oh, Marge Simpson. She's... Oh my god, not even a woman doing the voice. Sounds like an old man. Screeching. Always screaming too, like super loud for no reason. Oh, hype chest open to see. Oh,
And that's it.
Chill girl.
Notorious MFT sent. Ese chico no está bien. Te diré una cosa.
That boy ain't right. Oh, I've never watched the King of the Hill in Spanish. I wonder if he sounds anything like the American King of the Hill. Oh, hey Lotus, welcome in. Oh shit. Uh-oh. Hello? Camera? Can you turn around? Oh shit, there you go. That's the camera button. Just want to stop by before you passed out and say hi. Alright. That's cool. Thanks for stopping in. I don't know what's gonna...
Notorious MFT. Sent good get out of here. Lotus Chaos TTV.
Damn, Tony. Why you gotta be an asshole like... It's pretty rude, Tony. Ban that man. She's 10 feet away from you. You guys gonna fight about it? Oh shit. Oh damn, I didn't need that. I didn't know what the hell that thing was. Tony's like, Shoo, go on, get. When did Tony become a country boy? Alright, nice. Holy shit, dang. Whoa, what the fuck is that? Oh, weird. No. About to see a live divorce live on Twitch. I want to see that. Stream it. Make an ad for it like it's a pay-per-view or something. Yeah, deal co-stream. It's gonna be bigger than the Mike Tyson fight. That piece of crap fight. That I was not interested in watching, so I didn't. Oh, damn. Am I dead? Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, those checkpoints, something's up with that. They did not work. Not giving that man any more clout. He used you. He used you already to get a affiliate. Oh shit. Since you started imitating Tony, country bumpkin. Yeah, I wonder if he ever played like a hillbilly or whatever. James Gandolfini or whatever. He had a long career. He probably did at one point. Played a country bumpkin. Yeah, she about to beat Tyson. And you're the Logan Paul or Paul Logan, whatever the fuck his name is. Whatever that jerk's name is. Jake Paul. Never trust a person with two first names. I forgot where I heard that, but that was funny. Shit, wherever I heard that from. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna remember that. Never trust a person with two first names. Y'all are wild. Has been like this for almost 14 years. Damn. You guys just don't wanna go through with the divorce though? Horrible life choices in marrying him. Bedtime. Alright, Lotus. You two have a good bedtime. Oh, you're the country bumpkin. But still, I want to hear James Gandolfini do a country accent. I heard him once in a video, like behind the scenes, where he was doing his Tony Soprano voice, and then when the scene was over, he uses his normal voice, and I was surprised. That's not really how he sounds. He sounds like a totally different person. Like, He doesn't do all that sniffing, that crazy voice he does when he's Tony. So he's really doing an act. He's acting for real, making up a character. Yeah, never trust any two first namers. 200th divorce in 14 years. Let's see, I gotta find out how the hell do checkpoints work in this game. Expensive, yeah. Never considered that he doesn't actually sound like that. Yeah, maybe in the clip he was actually pretending that was a fake voice, and he was doing a new voice to mess with us. I don't know, cause I never heard him talk any other way, so to me that's his real voice. Even in other shows and movies, I've always heard him talk like that. How to use checkpoints in Maximo, or else I have to look that up, or else this game is never gonna go anywhere. Oh crap, it might be a emulator thing. Yeah, your whole life is a lie. Tony is a liar. Tony Soprano is a liar, damn it.
Today we'll play Maximo Ghost to Gold.
Oh, this is Maximo? It's a PS2 game originally, and I don't know if it was ever released again after. I think it was probably just a PS2 exclusive, which is kind of weird. Oh, that's how you do it. Oh shit. Damn. I didn't realize that there was that extra move. Alright, no wonder that was not working. Damn. Ukomatsu emoji. Is that another ptarmigan? A variant of the classic ptarmigan. Alright, figured that out at least. That won't be a problem anymore. Oh shit, but gotta figure out which ones of these treasure chests are dogs. secretly dogs. Yeah, those damn mimics. Gotta hate them. They're like in every game. They're in every RPG. Tons of Capcom games too. Just not even RPGs sometimes, but action games like this. You thought you were getting treasure? Nope, it's a dog. I need to find a key for that, I guess. Oh, freaking ghosts. How the hell do you kill a ghost? Can you kill them? Oh man. Oh, there you go. Shit. Tough to target them. Yay, checkpoints. You played Castlevania Order of Ecclesia or whatever for the first time a month ago or so ago. Almost dead. Had to get to this one chest. Oh, and it turned out to be a mimic. Yeah, what a way to finally think you survived, and then nope. Surprise. Instant death. Oh shit. Oh no, fuck. Oof. Oh yeah. I remember that one was last second. Oh, I wonder what those things are. Damn. 2 of them? Bastards. Oh, what? All 3? These sons of bitches. God damn. You're gonna need some armor. I could understand. Oh my god, everything's a mimic now. Shit. Damn. I was gonna say understand maybe 1 or 2, but 3 and now 4 in a row. What the hell's... Oh, okay, I already got that. Oh no. No, at least found out about checkpoints. Oh, I should use a shield actually. Oh, what the fuck? Playing too reckless. It's getting out of control. Whoa. Alright, damn. Don't remember fire sword. But I'll take it. Oh shit. Oh, damn. Full health. Oh shit, it's already used up. Oh, what the fuck? Damn it. Uh-oh. Do I trust this? Okay. Oh, no, 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 shit. Yeah. What? This does seem tougher than I remember. I thought this was gonna be pretty easy. Oh shit, what the fuck is that? Oh man. Holy crap. One sec, surprise. Alright. Do I want to go in there? What is this? Oh shit. What? Whoa, what? Oh shit. Well, that didn't seem right. Ptarmigan surprise. Meyer Go Brain. %71%. Damn. Yeah, there looked like there was way more shit to do. Coffin Canyon? What? Level 4? Holy shit. Oh, damn. Another move I didn't realize I have here. The fuck? What was that? Oh, fucking crows. Shit. Oh no. Damn. Oh yeah, lady. Link, yeah, I made all those, where's the only one I didn't make was this little hidden guy between the Powerpuff Girl and the Hedgehog. I just threw that one in there because I like the way that character looked. Yeah, actually, I thought you knew from before, but yeah, like it's supposed to be for everybody that has a sub, but I don't know if I can do all those subs you just added and from last time. But you have one coming up for sure. Yeah, all I thought of right away is I wanted to draw a Link character, but like in my style. Just draw him however. Yeah. Still got right here like 5 that I got waiting. Gotta sketch them out a little bit more. Oh, you thought you did? Oh, yeah, for sure. You're gonna get one, and I don't know if you wanna recommend anything. I mean, like anything you'd like to see represented in the character. Oh yeah, yeah. I like how you can add music to all those. So that's really cool the way they actually let you put in almost any song you want or whatever. I tried doing the same on Instagram. I mean TikTok, and damn, it seems like they don't want you to pick just any song you want. They have some pretty lame songs that I'm like, nah, none of these work with the characters. So I was like, nah, TikTok, it's not even worth it to post them there. If they don't let me customize it so I can have like a cool little song that makes sense. Oh yeah, that's right. You're a nurse. Okay. Oh, but not. Yeah, I was thinking of drawing Link. But yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out how to draw Zelda. Yeah, I've never really drawn her, or like usually I think if you're like a cartoonist or something, you kind of just usually draw whatever you are. If you're a man, you draw men mostly, and yeah, drawing women can be tough. Uh-oh, damn, death. Oh yeah. Oh shit, I'm totally dead. Oh, you gotta waste coins. Oh yeah, Glitzy calls you Linkies. Link and Princess. Yeah, that's one of them that for her I was gonna draw a witch, an actual female witch character. And then I was like, I don't know, kind of tough to draw, because when I was drawing it, I was making like a pretty ugly, messed up witch, and I was like, I don't know if this is gonna be insulting.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
It's gonna piss her off, like, oh my god, he gave me an ugly ass witch. Oh yeah, girly Link for sure. That's the direction I was thinking of. Like, how can I make him look a little more girly? Skirt, give him a skirt. Oh damn, freaking bird. Some earrings. No, you freaking bird. Damn. I did not hit a checkpoint the whole level. She's way too pretty to be an ugly witch. Yeah, I think it wouldn't represent her in a good way. Now I would have been like, kind of like upset for her too if she didn't like it. She got mad, like, oh my god, that's ugly. Like, why didn't you make a pretty witch? Oh, I forgot there is 2 female characters, I guess, technically. The Powerpuff Girl and Uni's Fall Guys girl. I gave her some hair, so some long hair, that makes it a girl. That's officially. That counts, right? I didn't want to add anything else, like even her eyelashes. Well, maybe that wouldn't be so bad, but yeah, I thought it'd be funny. Just the hair. That's good enough. Yep, those are my rules. Long hair makes it a girl. Just a dude with long hair. I'm just a dude, dressed like another dude, just like another dude. What was that from Tropical Thunder? What's that? Tropic Thunder, I think. I'm a dude, just like another dude, just like another dude. Whoa, damn. Everybody's a dude, technically. That song from Good Burger. I don't know if you ever seen that. That's the whole song, pretty much. I'm a dude. She's a dude. We're all dudes. He knew, that guy. That guy that works at Good Burger. He was ahead of his time. Oh, damn. What is this place? Oh, you have seen it? Blackina Peens says otherwise. Yeah. What the? Damn. Okay. Whoa. Whoa, dang. Oh shit. No, they're no good. Holy shit. Oh man. I knew that was gonna be risky. Oh no. Oh. I should use this way more now. I seem to be able to kill these guys easier. Alright, don't need to go back there. Damn. Sneak attack. Holy shit. Oh man. Oh shit, I ran out? What? Oh no. Did not know you could lose your shield That sucks. I do have a key. This better be worth it. Oh, shit. Damn. Any shoutouts needed? Lady Link, did anything ever come out? You can try that one again, because I didn't notice it if anything came out for her. Lady Link, and there might be somebody else I forgot. But yeah, hey, welcome in Umbran Crow. Mystery, nope. Not gonna waste it on some mystery. You got 10 minutes left on that. Yeah, let's see if anything comes out. The announcement does talk about slamming craft beer and level up in Legend of Zelda. Yeah, so it is saying that she does stream. Not like the people that don't stream, and it just says this person is a mystery. We don't know, but we're sure they're a good person or something. Oh shit! Shield? No, not a shield. He loves that. Good old Frosty. Oh, damn, all that's no good to me. Cannot jump that far. Damn, that sounds crazy though. Something's rumbling. Oh no, shit. Ba-da-ba-ba. No. Stupid bird. Oh. Wait, shouldn't I start from there? Alright. How did I end up? Oh, damn, what's that? Oh. I went backwards somehow. Oh yeah, there's no way I could reach up there. Oh, Vidya. Oh, you're gonna lurk. Alright, Vidya. Shouldn't be getting hit by that. No. Alright, this is the way. Oh shit. Should I get this now? What the hell? Pal boxers? Alright. Awesome. So I should start from here. Oh. I don't know what happened. I went the complete opposite way somehow. Oh yeah, that one always trips people up because it has two eyes. What the hell? Oh. Okay, damn. Oh. No. God damn it. Yeah, I forgot where I got that from, the spelling, but to me it sounds like it needs two eyes. You think so? Yeah. I wasn't sure, but I think it fits. I do hear some E's, more than one, of course, and then just so it wouldn't be super long, I just did two eyes. But it's funny when you look at that online, you search for it, people will spell it with 8 E's. So I was like, no, that's too much shit. Let's not go that far.
What kind of beer do you like? Heineken? Fuck that shit! Pabst Blue Ribbon!
Well, I know what that means. It's Kaiser. Hey, Kaiser, welcome in.
Hey, what are you doing here? Oh, okay, little guy.
Hugs for everybody.
Hey, what are you doing here? Oh,
Little Grogu.
okay,
hugs.
little guy. Hey, what are you doing here?
What kind of beer do you like?
Oh,
Heineken!
okay, little
Fuck
guy.
that shit! Pabst Blue Ribbon!
Beer hugs. Hugs and beers for everybody. Everybody in chat. Get a hug, get a beer. Oh, thanks. Thanks, lady. I think I'm used to saying lady, so I don't know. I think I'm gonna just keep saying it. Hey, lady. Oh yeah, happy Wednesday. I forgot it was Wednesday. Wait, now how do you get up there? I can call you whatever. Yeah, it feels more natural for me to say lady. Because I see it's the first part of your name, so I'm used to going with the first part usually. Damn, what is this? Whoa. Last time someone said that, I said, okay, I'll call you disappointment. That mouth emoji just reminded you of a weird fact? Oh, did you say it? What's the weird fact about red lips? Why do women wear red lipstick? Human lips are the same material as the human asshole. Oh, okay. That does make sense. As messed up as that sounds. People do say pucker your lips and pucker your asshole, so yeah. It all makes sense now. Damn, there's a lot of stuff going on. Could have missed. You know, that's where it came from. You wear lipstick. Perfect. That's what I'll do. Draw a link with red lipstick. Whoa. Now what is this? Now I think oh no, there was some stuff I missed, so not gonna be 100%, I don't think. Oh shit, bam. Holy crap, oh yeah. Gonna be a ton of enemies at the end. Can I go back? No. That treasure chest just came out of nowhere. Yeah, there you go. The syringe and longer blonde hair. Yeah, that sounds perfect. Oh no, that's too bad, Goldilla. Not feeling the horny today. 77, damn. Is that a sad Ptarmigan? Because he's not horny enough today? These are sad days when you're not horny. What's wrong with the world? Whoa, check that out. Grave danger. Okay. What? No. Oh, you're just saving points? Oh, I just saw the disappointment comment. Umber and Crow not liking that. Dude, you say the most out of pocket stuff.
Willow ptarmigan, Lagopus lagopus.
Maybe that'll cheer up Goldilla. A little Lagopus.
And it says I have $666. That's
funny.
Yeah, I think I did forget Goldilla's shout out, so thanks for that. was forgetting some people that entered the chat. Who was it? That was a new person. I think Lady Link knew who that was. Lotus. Let's see what's up with that. Lotus Chaos. What's up with that?
He did tell him to shut up.
Okay, that's Lotus Chaos.
Look.
I think I just saw she was the latest person to follow, maybe? Oh yeah, it was.
Did he call you baby man? Wait a minute.
Alright, that was chaos. Bad to the bone. What the? Wait, this is the one I did? What the fuck? Oh shit, there's armor. Can I escape? Did you see you got sub to a place you follow? I might have seen it, but I forgot. What was it? Like pretty recently. Let's see what are the latest subs they gave me. Milyukama? Okay, let's see. When did that occur? Might have been a while ago. Yeah, it was. Where is it? Yeah, it must have been a really long time ago. Might have expired actually already. And I never noticed it, I guess. Milyukama. Yeah, I don't even know how to say that.
But so did you, so... Don't call me out like that.
Oh, Millennium Akuma. Oh. I did notice that one. I think I might have even stopped by for a bit. Let me see. Millennium Akuma? Might even be following them. Oh, wait. No, that was the most recent. That was yesterday. Okay, I was looking at the wrong name. It said, Buy the brick book gifted you a tier 1 to Millennium Akuma. Yesterday. Okay. Oh, he makes little Lego things. I think I've seen him before actually. Lego brick building. Very nice place. Lego Ptarmigan. Oh, what was that? Oh, I left the volume on on Twitch. I'm hearing the whatever his latest videos are. I thought I was following him because I do remember checking out his stream. Oh wait, no, I am. Yeah, I was following him. Cooper. The other one. Did you put up another one? I didn't even see it. Somebody named Cooper. Yeah, that one I don't think I seen. Oh damn. He got ads, Umbra. Oh shit. Yeah, I see they just started. Barely noticed. Okay. How can I... Damn. There's no exit level option. And I keep going in circles. Goddamn. Oh. No. Oh, fucking goddamn earthquake. Alright, 45 seconds left on ads. Oh man. Dead. Oh, hey, Turnbuck. There you go, another shout out for Turnbuck. Yeah, thanks for the alert. Shout out Turnbuck there.
Next time the price increases.
Seems easy. DLC too
damn.
hard my ass.
Yeehaw!
Yeehaw, Turnbuck. Oh, nice. Alright, so can't rush this. Whoa. Oh, fuck. Wait, I haven't beat this one then. I don't remember any of that. Holy crap, that jump sucks. Oh, welcome back, Vidya. Yeah, this game is way tougher than I remember. Could have sworn I got through this pretty easily, but limited continues. That's a bitch. It's gonna be a problem. Oh, you got your coffee. Oh yeah, I thought you might have known about this game. I always thought it was pretty awesome. Wish they continued with the series. Wait, which way am I supposed to go? What the hell? Oh, okay, weird. We didn't see that sword. Was there something you were gonna tell me earlier? No, I don't think so. I think I was just gonna say what's up or hello, good morning or something. Really? Damn. Good morning. I'm surprised you didn't know anything about this. I guess that tells me that it's not as popular as I thought it was. I thought it was pretty well known. You played Sonic Advance last night, along with the Sonic X cartoon. Oh, on stream? If it was, I wonder what time it was, cause I was watching some people's streams pretty late last night. Oh man, I hate the ghosts. They're hard to hit, these bastards. On stream around 8:30. Was it a short stream? Cause yeah, maybe that's why I missed it. Cause I did leave a lurk for a few people, but yeah, some people I did notice way later that they were on. Like 3 hours into their stream, and I was like, oh shit. Damn, what the hell? This jump sucks. Hey Omega, can I shout out one other person that's related to brick building? Oh yeah, Umbren, go ahead. Oh, it's
10:30? Dude, I warned you. I said I was gonna do that if you did that again.
Good old Jeremy. Check out his stream. Where he gets punched in the stomach.
I like to make sure that people are supported and that they know that there's
Those?
at least one person
Oh,
out
I
there
thought
that
that was
genuinely
those are actual Legos or
is
something. It
invested
just
in
looks like
them,
Legos from far away.
is supported and encouraged to reach their fullest potential.
Follow him. He's super great and good. Well, I followed him right now. Bren. Yeah, video. If you stream like 8 to 10:30, yeah, it sounds like I definitely missed it. Forgot I was watching something on TV and a couple people on Twitch. Oh, damn, there's a heart. Hearts are good. But how do you get this? This is gonna be a pain in the ass. Oh yeah, how the hell do you get that? Yeah. The exact. Oh, he had an exotic dancing clip. Oh, video said, you've been trying to pair games and shows. Oh, okay. Donkey Kong Country and GB with the with the show. Yeah, yeah. I don't know about that show. I saw it a few times. I was like, I don't like the way they designed the characters, their voices. None of it was was cool to me. I was like, they kind of messed up everything. Try to boundary respect, but it can be a challenge for you. How nice, but you won't cave in. Drives people nuts. Oh, in what way? People go crazy if you don't behave super nice or something. Alright, this better not be a dog. Alright, cool. What's in here? Oh shit. Bam. If you don't cave in to being horny, like Godzilla. Oh, degenerates in the Cooper stream. You know the tea you serve. I didn't expect Lego stream to be all that horny. Wonder what's up with these. Thought they were gonna shoot fireballs or something. We don't have shit inside either. What are you about? Mystery. Nope. Isn't that like the mystery chest or whatever that thing is? Bird. Oh man. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Gotta kill crows in this. It's just the way it is. Oh, you always associate Donkey Kong show with Fox Family, which is not where it originally aired, but that is where you first seen it. Yeah, I remember that show being all over the place, I think. Felt like it jumped around a few times. There really was a great time in Family Channel's history. Also, Fox Family had a new Addams Family. Him, Millie, are 18 plus, but actually very fun. Didn't think you'd fit in. Yay, here we are. Yeah, I don't even say anything about 18 plus, but it is technically shit. There's cursing, there's nudity sometimes. There's practically pornos playing in some of these movies. Fritz the Cat, I think that's pretty 18 plus. That crow had a Chaos Emerald. I can't let him get away with that. Don't encourage. Gunga Ginga. It says these little emotes. It says shark. These are tiny shark emotes. Meyer Go Shark. This straight up looks something from the 16-bit era. You made it 3D. Oh yeah, that's crazy. Like it is pretty much what they're trying to do here. They're trying to make a 3D ghosts and goblins, or ghouls and ghosts, super ghouls and ghosts. They tried making it, but I don't know why they didn't just keep the name. Like make it Ultimate Ghouls. No, I think that was the name of an actual game. Ultimate Ghouls and Ghosts or something like that. Just keep the name. It's just Jaws. I didn't see it as an animal. I wonder what you imagine that little shark. What could that be in your mind? Yeah, I feel like I'm always skipping stuff. There's a diamond up there. This is my save point or checkpoint. Yeah, there's so many secret. Oh shit! There you go. I was just by pure luck. So many damn secrets. Extra armor. Jaws Unleashed back cover. The tiniest shark you could find. The name Ghouls and Ghosts, Ghosts and Goblins is associated with 2-hit deaths and just generally being hard. Maybe they didn't want this to be thought of as super hard. Yeah, the 2-hit thing would have been really fucking tough for this game, I think. I'm glad that they have energy bars at least in this. But they did keep the whole losing your armor and then being left in your underwear thing from those games. Oh, and they made a part 2, and I think that at least says something like Ghost. It's like Maximo Part 2 Ghost to Glory or something. So it kind of hints that it's associated with ghosts and goblins. Oh shit, I thought that thing disappeared or something. Ugh. Wish you could kill them. That one ptarmigan head photo kind of looks like a dick. The emotes? I guess anything looks like a dick if you really want it to be. Oh shit, that's the end of the level. Damn. Yeah. I guess it's enough. Oh, with the waterfall, I didn't check there. Oh, is that it? 3 coins, that's all I got. What a waste of a secret area. Oh shit, money. Missed this somehow. And a chest, all this stuff. Oh shit, what the fuck? Oh man. Damn, this is another homage to Ghosts and Goblins. I forgot that even happens in this. That's awesome. So there was a wizard over there. Guess he's gone. Let's see something like made in modern day with cartoony graphics. Yeah, this game always looked pretty awesome. I don't know why Capcom just gave up on it so easily. Can't believe like part 2 was a bomb or was so poorly received. Yeah, maybe when it came out, it just came out at a bad time with a lot of competition or something, and people ignored it. That happens occasionally with awesome games. And yeah, I think that maybe the difficulty also turns people off when games are too tough. Palaces make the world go round. They should have made a sequel to Black Tiger. Black Tiger, yeah, think I know that game. You have like a shield on a chain type of weapon. You're like a bald little Chinese character. Unless that's a totally different game. I don't know. Black Tiger. It sounds familiar. Elden Ring. Nah, that's nothing like this. Plus, they're missing the cartoony graphics. JoJo Bizarre Games? No, I don't think so. Just in get you more followers mode. Oh, okay. Auburn, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that one does not sound familiar at all. I don't think I've seen that one. Elden Ring cute. Ultimate Torture's Barney. Godilla did some research on something. We'll find out. Yeah, I never seen that one. I followed that one right now, JoJo Bizarre. Definitely never seen that. Hella 18 plus chat. Barney movie was actually filmed in '96, delayed 2 years. Original plot was actually much more plausible. Godilla with all the Barney movie info you could want. Oh, there was no clip, right? I was looking at his page. Didn't notice if a clip came out. Let's see, is he a person that deletes his clips? Yeah, you know what? It shows that he does not have any videos, no videos at all. No clips, no videos. Yep. Yeah, sometimes people don't like having clips.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. Spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know.
Oh shit. Was the spelling different? Cause I clicked on the first one. JoJo Bizarre Games. And then JoJo, it looks like the same spelling. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, that was weird. Somehow the link, it worked. Oh, wait. Could it be? Yeah, let's see. That's crazy. The link didn't come out, but the clip did. What the hell? So I gotta copy and paste this and see who's this person then. Yeah, I'm gonna Gonna unfollow this one. I don't know. That's crazy. The same exact name, pretty much. I don't even see the difference in the spelling. What the hell? Yeah, it's like exactly the same. What is the difference there? That's nuts. How can these both have the... Oh, is it the capitalization? Or... Nah, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, weird as hell. How
What are you
is
doing?
that possible?
What are you doing?
Oh, I see. There's
Me?
two Z's. That's the difference.
Just hanging around.
Oh shit, man. That was hard to notice for me right now. The first guy spells it with one Z in bizarre. Alright. No wonder. What the hell? He's fun and chaotic. Spelled it wrong. Yeah, I had to copy and paste that one. That's weird as hell. Yeah, is it also two R's? Yeah. Holy shit. I hate that when people have practically the same name, same spelling. And you accidentally spell it the wrong way. Oh no, I lost all the armor. Shit. That sucked. Any armor in here? Nope. Oh, the first one has an extra R, but also one Z. So, yeah, that's what I noticed, that there was an extra R. I mean, one Z, but also two R's. What the hell? Shit, I guess people are gonna spell however the fuck they want to spell. Now I'm trying to think, like, how do you spell bizarre for real? I think the first guy actually spelled it the right way. No wonder it's gonna get mixed up. Shit, that's too bad. Oh damn, where to go now? Oh yeah, I still need something for this drawbridge. It's kind of weird how the levels are randomly scattered everywhere. Armor, nope. Never armor when you really want it. Breakable skull. Nope. Alright. Oh. Right, alright.
You're dead. We hate you.
Last one. Oh damn. Should I go in there? Nope. Oh shit, no more shield. Sucks. Damn it. Now I got nothing, no armor. Oh, was that the wrong person too? Shield. Hell yeah. Damn, I like how this also reminds me of Evil Dead. This just looks cool as hell. And the sound. Sound of that creepy wind. Oh, fuck. Breakfast is fun too. That one is fine. So there's also 2 breakfast pills. Oh, what the fuck? Damn. Did not notice anything weird about that. That tombstone, freaking camera. Turn around. Alright, so the water level opened up. And that was over here. Oh shit. Hey Brady. Oh, that's the right one. Hey, welcome in, Brady. Oh shit, Spice Boy. So, Brady and Spice Boy. Up early? Is it? I mean, there's some times when I'm streaming at 4 in the morning or something. 4, 3 in the morning. Until 12 or whatever. That's the right one? Okay, wait. Okay, yeah. It's just you, never awakened. Oh, okay. Early for you, yeah.
Brady H2700 asked me, roast Omega Mac 10. Don't hold back. Omega Mac 10. Huh? More like Omega Lame 10. You're as useless as a screen door on a battleship. My friend, I've seen villains with more charisma than you have in your little pinky. You're the kind of person who'd trip over a wireless network. If only brains were sold by the pound, you'd still be shopping in the kiddie section. Keep your stick on the ice, pal, because you're skating on thin ice with this crowd.
Using that redeem? Oh. Yeah, haven't been hearing from the Joker too much.
Is this a bad time?
Was that a Caterpillar Garfield?
Stop it.
That was a cool little animation. No problem, Spice Boy. At this point, all your clips are so freaking old. Oh, man. Yeah. Seems like nobody updates their clips or makes new ones or whatever. So, yeah, it's pretty normal for everyone coming in here to be like, what the hell? That clip is so old. Wait, I'm trying to get to the waterfall. Okay, over here. Was it? Yeah. Here we go. Oh, it's just for some bullshit. Oh, I guess something I need. Yeah, I like that little Caterpillar Garfield. You keep having the same Gran Turismo 3 clip. Are you making new ones then, Godzilla? Oh yeah, this is Maximo Spice Boy. Yeah, Maximo. I think that's the full name. I don't think there's a subtitle or anything. Damn, where's the next level? You wish someone would have clipped Jaws Unleashed? You can always go back if you have VODs. Unless you throw away your VODs or something. You can just randomly clip something. That's what I do sometimes if I forget to make any clips. Just watch the VOD and then just pick something out. Yeah, make your own clips. Why not? Nothing wrong with that. Oh shit! Damn it! I'm gonna lose this armor again. Shit. Oh, here's the new one. Okay, damn. Should have been going over here. Level 3 now. Man, why are they out of order like this? Oh shit. Wait, I was here, I think. I did not open this. Oh no. No keys. Jaws gets... Oh, what? Jaws gets copyright strikes? Oh, the music. Oh shit. I didn't even notice the music when I played it. That sucks. This game always looked fun. Oh yeah, it's kind of difficult, especially when you first try it out, cause damn, I thought it was gonna be pretty easy for me, and it wasn't that at first. It's still pretty tough. You gotta get used to everything, I guess. Well, there's the Ghosts and Goblins theme music. Nicely orchestrated there. Yeah, this character design, everything about it looks fucking cool. I always liked this game, but I can't believe they didn't want to make any more. It's kind of disappointing. Damn, what the hell? This bell looks like you should be able to hit it. Nope. Yeah. Naked with some cow print shorts that I had to buy.
Brady H2700 asked me, play Elden Ring, you coward. Oh, Elden Ring, you say it's like asking me to play hopscotch with Hell's Angels. If you want me to waltz into the land of giant monsters and relentless torment, you better bring a body bag. I'm the Joker, baby, not some pixel hero on a quest for glory. But hey, maybe I'll give it a shot when the bats learn how to tango. Keep your stick on the ice while I plot my next move.
Is it related? I think it's like got everything connected in a way, but there's no mention of like the original hero, whatever his name was, Arthur, Sir Arthur, whatever. But yeah, everything is pretty much ghosts and goblins. There's even wizards that I forgot that actually come out and turn you into a baby, just like the original games. So yeah, it's like everything from Ghosts and Goblins, but in 3D. I was saying earlier how it's kind of weird that they didn't just call it Ghosts and Goblins, like the new Ghosts and Goblins or whatever. Give it some title with either Ghosts and Goblins or Ghouls and Ghosts. I don't know what held them back from doing that. They could have just made this guy Arthur. Just give him reddish hair and a beard and all that. Oh, damn. Oh, there's a key. Shit. Oh, you could open these with any old key. Okay. Pretty soon they'll remaster it. I hope so. Oh wait, Elden Ring remastered again? Don't they remaster it every year? This is kind of like Elden Ring. Naked dude with a sword, some lava. It's all there. Oh yeah, Skeleton Bros. Oh yeah, Capcom definitely. Otherwise, Capcom should have sued. If it was a different company, they have all the rights to sue this shit. Oh, remaster Maximo, yeah, for sure. Remaster, since they're remastering like everything out there.
Today is Friday in California. Huh?
Yeah, so many unexpected games they're remastering or whatever. Like, what was that one? The Tasmanian tiger, whatever. Who the hell was expecting that one to come out? Oh shit! Crows are a pain in the ass. They're remastering Croc. Croc, I don't know if they're doing both games or what, but yeah. Never thought anybody would be interested in those, either of those. Holy shit, keys all over the place. Alright, there was a chest. Yeah, over there. Oh shit, oh damn. Looking for some armor. The Bingo Dog movie is constantly free on YouTube. Friday. Oh, that's when you do the Friday. Yeah, Tasmanian tiger. I even forgot what the creature was. Like Tasmanian tiger. What the? What is that anyway? We all know. Oh shit. We all know the Tasmanian devil, but who the hell knew there's a tiger too? Oh, yeah, Bubsy 3D remaster. I don't see why not. I wonder if these games are actually selling that well or anything. Like, does anybody really care about them that much? I know I don't. I'm not looking forward to pretty much any of them. Bubsy Goes to Hell. Tasmanian Tiger's extinct. Last one was in the 40s. But yeah, it's kind of like a dog creature. Wait, I didn't open this? Damn it. Oh, what? Oh wait, I lost all the keys. Shit. Oh, damn. Yeah, they take away the keys then. Damn, that sucks. Oh shit. You only know because you recently saw something on TikTok. Oh, about the game or about the real life Tasmanian tigers? Oh shit! You need another key. What up? Son of a bitch. Alright. And another key. Oh, the real life says, yeah, it's a random thing to get recommended. Yeah, just totally out of the blue. Did you know the Tasmanian tiger lived into 1940s, whatever? Like, alright, thanks, I guess. Thanks for that info. Alright, health. Just what I needed. Now here's the save spot. I should have made it to. Damn, free life there. Looks like an easy death. Damn. Okay. Oh shit. Damn. Oh man. Isn't that like the awkward camera angles? That's something they gotta fix in the remaster. Yeah, 3D platforming was pretty rough back then. Oh, what is this? Oh shit, Macus. What's up, Macus? Yeah, I had it, and then I'm like freaking out because I landed all awkward. I was like, damn, I'm not gonna follow the right spot. Shout out Macus. See whatever crazy game he was playing from 5 years ago. The oldest clip possible. Oh, I think I know. It was a little. Is it called Little Ninja? Yeah, is that the actual name? I was just looking at it and thinking, okay, that's a little ninja. Is that the actual name they went with? Mini ninjas, okay. Yeah. Mini ninjas. Oh, I had to destroy that shit. Open this. What's up in here? Oh. I guess that's alright. More fire sword. And health. Excellent. Have to check out Mini Ninjas. Ninja bullshit. Yeah. Seems like ninjas kind of died out. You don't hear about them much. Oh my god. Terrible angle. Holy crap. That sucked. Yeah, damn, they really made these jumps awkward as hell, man. When they feel like they could have easily made them not suck so much. Shit. Whatever. Gotta use the keys. Eventually. Oh, yeah. Haven't they? Oh, you're finally done being sick? Yeah, I was wondering about yesterday. Thought for sure Macus was gonna stream in the middle of the night. Yeah, that's good, Macus, if you're feeling better. Get over that sickness. Yeah, Tenchu, I thought they remade it or something, but or maybe they're about to. Yeah, oh, what was the closest thing we got was Sekiro, which is similar. Oh, okay. Alright, video. Have another good alert. Yeah, it was a diabetes shot, right? That's what it was. Always makes you sick for 3 days. Oh, there was more Tenchu. So was that like part 3 or something? I think by that point it was probably in the third sequel. Oh shit. Damn. Alright. Oh, yeah, fuck this. I gotta take the long way. I don't trust these insane angles. Oh, this asshole. Goddamn. Yeah, it sucks getting sick from medicine. What the fuck kind of shit is that? Oh man, I don't think I should even take a chance. Oof, getting killed over here. Shit. Is that... Oh, I thought that was armor. Just... Nope. Alright, save point. Holy shit. God damn. Definitely need more health. Got a third bar of health. God damn. When am I gonna get that? Wait, there was how many? 3 and 4? PS2? Oh yeah, PS1 was where it started. Holy shit, I didn't realize that. I guess yeah, it's true. Part 1 and 2 on PS1. I didn't know there was 3 and 4. I mean, 3 I assumed was the last one. And there was a part 5. Holy shit. Oh, and an extra throwaway DS Tenchu. Godzilla gonna D some S. Oh shit, really? You haven't eaten in 3 days? Fuck. That's how nauseous that shot makes you? Feel like you're gonna eat today though? Hope you get something to eat today at least. 3 and 4 are the best ones for real. And yeah, I only played the first one, and I remember just not liking it. I don't know. I guess because it was PS1 and it just played like crap. You put Bingo on the Discord? Again? Oh, we're gonna have to watch it then, I guess. There's high demand for Bingo. The old forgotten 90s movie about a dog named Bingo. Not yet? Oh shit. Yeah, you gotta eat even if you don't feel it. Gotta eat something before you drop dead. Turkey hot dogs, good enough. Cut up a hot dog and eat it with a toothpick. 8 pieces with a toothpick and ketchup. You want to stream? Think I'm gonna do House of the Dead remake. Oh, that's a good one. I've never seen that first House of the Dead played all the way through. That'd be cool to check out. I have House of the Dead Overkill. That one's pretty cool. On the Wii. That was a pretty cool, crazy ass game. Oh, son of a bitch. Damn. Yeah, anything with eating it with a toothpick. That's fancy food. Holy shit. I guess that's the entire, there's no continuing. All my continues are used. So can you save in this? I don't even know if... It does mention using your memory card. No save data present? The fuck happened? Did they not save the game at all? I don't get it, what the fuck? Shit, this is fucked up. Guess I gotta do save states.
Silence! That's enough, Achilles! You little fool! I control your kingdom now, as I control the...
Oh, you got the Wii House of the Dead, yeah. House of the Dead Overkill.
What? Not afraid of death?
There are worse things than death.
Hors d'oeuvres, my good sir. I'd like tiny hot dog slices on toothpicks. That game has the most fucks in the game too. Oh, yeah. Oh, House of the Dead Overkill. Yeah, they do curse like every every sentence. Oh yeah, Umbrin, what are you cooking up? I had some bacon and eggs earlier. Figure I'd get something to eat before playing, so I don't have to stop early. Good luck, Maximo. It saves high scores. Oh, that's lame. What kind of bullshit is that? Alright, Omega gotta go. Alright, Brady, no problem. You thought 2 was overkill? I think it's part 3, or I don't even know. Or maybe overkill is its own thing. It seems like the story doesn't matter. They just do wacky shit anyways. Just finished a chorizo, potato and egg burrito. Oh shit. Now we're talking. That's a hell of a breakfast right there. Yeah, I wish I had some chorizo mixed in there with the eggs. That would have been pretty cool. Wait till I see the House of the Dead movies. How many did they make? Because I did see part 1. And yeah, it's just as awful as everyone says. Made by that Uwe Boll, insane German guy that'll kick your ass if you say his movies suck. He'll challenge you to a boxing match. What do you mean, House of the Dead? Yeah, House of the Dead sucks. It's a masterpiece. I'll beat the shit out of you. Here we go. I knew there was some secret treasures around. Pretty much everywhere you jump. 500 for something called foot cheese. That's insane. Oof, that guy, yeah. That insane German. What the hell? Such a weird ass person that they chose to direct so many movies. So many video game movies. What was that? What was the deal with that? They all suck, and they just kept hiring them. Hey, make Alone in the Dark. Make Postal. Man, what else? House of the Dead 2, I guess he made. I don't even know how many House of the Deads there were. His Postal movie is good? I don't think it is. I haven't seen it, but I heard how ridiculous it is. Oh, but if you mean in a like super offensive, awful type of movie, like the Trauma movies, the Toxic Avenger movies like that. I guess it could be good. Like it's so over the top and offensive, you just gotta laugh. Or Resident Evil. Yeah, they got another director to do Resident Evil, but he also, I consider all the Resident Evil movies to be pretty shitty too. Oh, I do have a third bar of health. Oh shit, that's the helmet. Oh damn, I didn't even realize. That's what getting the helmet would mean. Yeah, that's his name, Paul W.S. Did on Resident Evil. That guy single-handedly ruined video game movies. Yeah. And that's why for the longest everyone just put video game movies down. Like, there's never gonna be a good one, ever. Really, you just need good writers and a good director. And they can do wonders with anything. Any property or whatever. I mean, shit, they made a couple good Lego movies. I bet nobody thought a movie about Legos could possibly be any good. Oh yeah, yours. I didn't notice. Godilla said Paul W.S. Anderson. Yeah, he's a Resident Evil director, bumming Capcom to put his wife. Yeah, that's insane. He just put his wife in like 8 movies. Made her a big action star, even though the movies were terrible. Somehow they made money. No, these fucking ghosts. Goddamn ghosts. If only I could hit that fucker maybe with the shield. Looks like he disappeared. Well. Postal is probably perfect for him. I think, yeah. Because it seemed like all he wanted to do was make the most over the top ridiculous movies possible. Yeah, I was really hoping Resident Evil was gonna be pretty damn good. But after the first one, I was like, oh no, this is just all gonna be garbage, isn't it? Oh yeah, Event Horizon. That gave him some street cred, I guess. People thought, well, that movie was pretty decent, wasn't it? Oh shit, I see this now, damn. Didn't notice this little secret area. That's how you get in here. Okay. Oh shit, gotta make a phone call? Alright, my car insurance just sent me mail that. Oh damn, stop insuring your truck due to management decision. What the fuck? You haven't been in an accident like ever. Man, you're pretty lucky, Spice Boy. I think everybody that's ever driven a car has been in an accident. Even if it's a minor one, you gotta be in some type of accident eventually. I heard a teacher say that once, that you think you won't be in an accident, but it's like 99% chance that everyone will be in some type of car accident. Shit, this looks like I could make it. Probably gonna do a long stream, hand stream since the 14th. Oh, and we're in the 20th. Not too bad. You've been in a few, but never while you were the driver. Oh yeah, that's true. You could be lucky that way, that it's not you driving. Yeah, I've been in some where I'm the passenger. A couple of them I can remember. And so is somebody running a red light or something, and hitting the car that I'm in. So it's some messed up bullshit like that. Oh shit, that's the dog. Damn. Oh man, you cannot fucking... Damn it. Your first accident was in the back of a pickup as a kid? All of the kids were in the camper part and all just bounced around. Shit, that still sounds terrifying. Flying around like that, no seatbelts. Shit. You remember the last thing you streamed was Clive? Wait, Clive and Wrench? What the hell? What is that? Sounds like Ratchet and Clank or whatever, but a ripoff. Oh, it's a Banjo-Kazooie ripoff. Clive and Wrench. Terrible names. It probably explains a lot about your personality. Bouncing around in a camper in a car accident. Damn. Thought I could throw my shield. What the? Alright. Oh, just what I needed. The health. Damn. 2 seconds ago. Yeah, I didn't know they made a Banjo-Kazooie ripoff was such a terrible name. Like, when did that come out? Seems like recently everyone's been trying to make a new Banjo-Kazooie type of game with like the old school graphics too. A lot of N64 looking games. Oh, what's that? You won it at an auction? Oh, on Whatnot, or the website, Whatnot. No one else bid on it. Oh, one guy spent 10 years working on it. Oh, damn! Just for somebody to buy it for 50 cents. No, how much did you pay for it? $1? Oh, fuck, shit. Alright. Yeah, I knew there was something. Oh yeah, free lives. Oh, $6. Alright. Super cheap. But yeah, kinda sad that that guy worked on something for 10 years. For it to be only $6. You think it was the same auction you won Inspector Gadget for the Switch? Wait, can I go in the water? Oh wait, no, you die in this water. Forgot. Man, looks dangerous as hell trying to get this. Not worth it. Whoa. Made some fried fruit pancakes. Damn. That sounds good. Never. I don't think I heard of that either. Fried fruit. Fried fruit pancakes. There we go. Oh, that's the what I needed to throw. Alright, get my health back. Where was that? There we go. Oh no. No key. Son of a bitch. Oh wait. Oh, okay. Something good. Oh, excellent. The best. Oh, there's something over here, looks like. And why does it look like you can go over there? Oh fuck, wasted my shield for nothing. Yeah, it seems like you can go over there, but or not. Your chicken police package is missing? Oh. They delivered it? I mean, they delivered what other games? But they're missing that game out of all of them? It's weird. That somebody even brought up that game, because I did play that. I don't think I played it on Twitch, but at some point it was a free game on Amazon's cloud gaming service, and I was playing it for like, I don't know, a good half hour or something. It's a goofy ass game called KFC. Oh shit, 84%. Game mastery 3%. Oh. Yeah, I should definitely save states, since I do not really get how the hell you save otherwise. This is crazy. Oh shit. Maybe this is it. This chained attack allows you to battle item. Press square. So there is no save? What the hell? Oh, that's what this is. Mighty blow triangle while moving maximal in any direction. Cannot be lost. Missing that one in Ratchet and Clank PS5 from Walmart. Got on sale. And so they missed a bunch of games? What the hell? What's wrong with Walmart? They really screwed up that order. Alright, let me actually do the save state. If I can, let's see, how the hell. This is kind of annoying. Can barely see the options here. That's cool, he sings the theme song. Save state, where's that? Okay, here it is. Save slat 1. Okay, let me test that. Alright, perfect. Oh, you ordered Ratchet and Clank on the 11th? Yeah, that is kind of extra long wait. Definitely shouldn't take more than 7 days at most. Usually expect everything within 5 days or less. Sometimes even like 3 or 2 days if you're lucky. Yeah, there's got to be a way to contact them, right? Ask them what's going on. Because that's definitely taking way too long. And they're probably gonna end up telling you like, oh, sorry, we don't have the games at all. We're out of stock. For save? What? That's crazy. And this is how you save? Who the hell would have known? And then what? Yes, no, what's... Back to game, save. Yeah. Oh, had to jump. Some weird shit. Here we go. Damn. What a weird ass way to save a game. And you gotta waste coins. That sucks. Alright, somehow... I did what? Dead heat? Yeah, that might be a later level. Yeah, I should do this one, I think. Armor. Shit, already lost it. Oh shit. Fuck you. Get out of here. I do feel like I got better at this overall. Cause man, at first I was getting killed by everything. Crows still are annoying. Oh, you bought Psycho Circus? Kiss Psycho Circus for Dreamcast? Oh, it's ready to arrive today too. Damn, there's health right there. Holy shit. Yeah, I don't know what's the big deal with that game, but it's funny that I guess Doze brought it up. Doze and I think maybe Stonk. They said that it's a broken game if you play it on Steam or something. Shit, what am I doing? Fuck! Why did I jump? Ugh. Awful. But the Dreamcast copy is actually good, or I mean, it doesn't break. Yoshi's the one that convinced you to buy it. Damn. Yeah, sometimes Yosh, he does recommend some weird ass games. I thought everyone pretty much would say never buy that. Not worth it. It's a dumb game. But hey, if it's not that expensive and you just want some silly game to play, why not? Yeah, the dog always gets me. Yeah, Yosh, he'll play some crazy games on his stream, and some of them turn out alright that nobody thought would be any good. Some weird fighting game he was playing the other time. I was like, that doesn't look that bad actually. Whatever the hell game that was. Bam. Oh shit, ghost. Holy fuck. Damn. Oh, shit. I don't even know what these fairies are for, really. What do they do? More ghosts? Shit. Oh, yeah, he recommended that one. Kane and Lynch. Yeah, and also, that's a game that nobody really brings up. They don't recommend that either. I was surprised that he said it was a short game though. Like you could probably beat it in a few hours. That's surprising. Thought it was gonna be one of those 10-hour, 15-hour games. Repetitive as hell. You're on the last hour? Oh shit. Yeah, time to take care of business. It's not that difficult, is it? Like where you get stuck at a certain part because it's the gameplay and shit is unfair or something. Like Callisto. It's not a Callisto problem.
Dude, I warned you. I said I was gonna do that if you did that again.
Jenny P. Oh shit. I didn't notice Jenny jumped in there. Thanks for the alert, Jenny. You could probably do House of the Dead and Kane and Lynch. Yeah, for sure. You could finish up Kane and Lynch with that 1 hour and jump into House of the Dead. Really, I think that game is also one you could beat in the same stream. Oh, fuck. Wait, what? This is where I came from? Shit. It is, right? This is the... Oh, no, that means it's new. I don't know why it looks like a secret area. Oh, you got stuck for 2 hours on the last part. Oh, okay. Damn. Yeah, I hate that when you're doing good and then suddenly a shitty part comes out. Like, what the hell? Why did they crank up the difficulty in this little level or boss or something? Becomes a big pain in the ass. Anything else here? It's not. House of the Dead is... Oh, damn. 40 minutes? I knew it was short, but... 40 minutes, yeah, that's like nothing. Do they give you endless continues? Like you're actually using quarters or whatever? Like put another quarter in? And if it's like that, it's gonna be a piece of cake. Oh, welcome back, Brady. Oh man, probably gonna get hit. Nope. Alright. Gotta find some clothes. Oh, fucking dog. Piece of shit. Ugh. Man, they got me with that shit. Yeah, you could beat House of the Dead like 3 times in a row. Oh shit. Oh. Yeah, if it's true to the arcade, it should just let you continue forever. And they should give you an option to just make it more difficult and give you limited continues. In case you do want to be challenged. And why are these guys standing still? Well, this guy. Little bastard. Welcome. Damn, I see there's a chest. Looks like up there. Alright. Oh shit. God damn. Ooh, I know that diamond's gonna be hard to get. Oof. Four lives. Oof. These freaking jumps. Hey, what's up, Yosh? Oh, damn. Lost the shield. Son of a bitch. Oh, you know what? Forgot to do the shout out for Jenny. Yeah, now Yosh.
You just got murdered by yourself in your lonely ass
At
studio
Tony's.
apartment by a ghost bitch. What the fuck? Fuck! What the fuck, dude? That shit sucked. That shit sucked.
Makes his own decisions.
Oh, hell yeah.
Betray you not go without a reason.
You scared, man? I still gotta play that.
Brady, H2700, sent Let Me Tell You Something. Brother Yosh Games Live is a classic gamer playing everything from Mortal Kombat to Siren. They don't chat much, but what you gonna do when the Yosh Buster runs wild on N64? It's a retro party, and you're invited, Omega M47 Clay.
Wait, they don't chat much. What the hell? I wonder why they said that. Yosh chats. You know what? Now that I heard Bart's voice again, he does sound a little bit closer than I thought. But still, it sounds crazy the way he's screaming for some reason. Oh, get out of here. Damn. It's freaking zombies.
Umbrin Crow Twanon 15 asked me, Roast Brady H2700. Oh, Brady H2700. You swagger in here with your overused wrestling references and think you're the Hulk Hogan of Twitch. Huh. You're about as subtle as a freight train in a china shop, my friend. If brains were dynamite, you wouldn't have enough to blow your nose. You're like a broken pencil, completely pointless. But hey, at least you've got enthusiasm, even if it's directed into a black hole of cringe.
Yeah, it still sounds off. That Bart voice sounds still a little bit screwed up. Let's see, Godilla, that was you.
MyAgodilla99 just redeemed choose a short YouTube video.
McDonald's gave media betties asked me. Roast McDonald's gave media betties. Oh, McDonald's gave media betties. The username that reads like a medical diagnosis gone wrong. You're about as useful as a chocolate teapot pal. I bet you rush to McDonald's every time they bring back the McRib, only to sob into your fries when it disappears again. If brains were burgers, you'd be a single patty, no cheese. Keep dreaming. Big buddy, someday, you might make it to the McNugget Hall of Fame.
McNugget Hall of Fame. Oh yeah, let me see if this is set up right. Okay, yep. Let's see what's up with this new video. There we go. Volume is up.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
Another bird video. Media Betties. No shit ads. His feet are funky looking. Alright. I'll be right back then. Be right back. Screen. Wondra. The King Demon mode. Princess Demon a la mode. Demon Angle. Great Condor. It's funny, you don't even fight those guys. You play games against them. That was a weird no. Jesus.
He's smoking crack. That's like inviting a rainbow-colored fever dream into your life. Imagine Tinky Winky losing their purse. Dipsy dancing like a fiend. La La pulling a wild face. And Poe going on a rant about Tubby Custard conspiracies. It's a chaotic circus of whimsical chaos and pure insanity. Maybe toss in some Barney doing blow for good measure. House party.
Oh shit. No, you fucker. Oh shit. Oh, that was me? Fuck. Thought he stepped in it. Nope. Can't survive that. God damn. Come then, Lila, it's a big world out there, and you're going to make it better. Ascend.
Umbran Crow 1215 asked me, roast Noah Theoder. Noah Theoder. You slink in here like an otter that's been punted into a kiddie pool thinking you're the king of the water park. You're about as effective as a wet match in a monsoon, flopping around with all the grace of a narcoleptic squirrel on a sugar high. If brains were fish, you'd have to get your catch from a dollar store aquarium. Keep dreaming, Noah the otter world ain't ready for you just yet.
I just noticed that little laughing dog emotes was next to Mega Man over here. On the side. Right between him and the parrot. That looked funny. Oh yeah. Ads. Gotta deal with a bunch of ads. Footage of Big Bird's cousin. Oh yeah, Umbrella, that'll be nice. I mean, thanks for thinking of subbing again. World War III. Roast Noah. I heard a little bit of that right now. Well, shit, Barf. What's up, Barf? Was the roast that bad? Oh, 9 ads. Yeah. It can get pretty annoying. 9 ads. But I don't know. It's always you got ads for 3 minutes at a time. Did anybody shout out Barf? Okay, I'll do it. Oh, that's you, Barf. Alright.
Barf_face_9000 just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Oh, you got it? Okay. I was about to do a shout out. See, what is this? Alright. This guy looks like he's gonna get hurt really bad. This cannot end good. Holy shit. Damn. Face first. And he got knocked out. Shit. Family sounded pretty scared right there. I don't know. What did he do? He's a jackass. One of the early jackass videos. Oh yeah, playing Maximo, Barf. I saw that it was one of the earlier games or older games recommended, so I was like, damn, I missed out on that. Gotta go back, do some of these recommendations, from the Discord. So emoji? What? Oprah crying? It seems like a normal one. Oh, the bobbing head one? Yeah, I don't know what that thing is. Oh, you thought that was Barf's clip? The guy climbing the ladder? And I cover off the roof, cover off the pool time. Yeah, big oop to himself. Yeah, you know, you do something like that, you're gonna get really fucked up. He sounds like Bobcat from Hatsuchan. I thought he sounded like Cheech from Cheech and Chong. Like he was trying to do an imitation of that. Alright, came out of there. He lives. There's a whole document. Oh. Huh. Captain Insano? Oh shit. The fuck? I thought that was a wrestler or something. Isn't that the name of a wrestler in a Adam Sandler movie? And like Billy Madison, Captain Insano. Oh shit. Damn. No. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, it sounds like something I heard in a Adam Sandler movie. Captain Insano. It is? Oh shit. So this level I think was actually giving me trouble. Aw, fuck no. Fuck. Damn.
Time you peek a corner.
So every time, so like this?
So yeah. No, like this tail, you idiot.
Ooh, what the hell?
Yeah, when you peek a corner, you have to do that.
Water boy? Oh.
Peeking here.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds. I can picture
Only when you peek.
Adam Sandler saying it in his Waterboy voice that he likes Captain Insano or something. Oh, I think I did barf, but I think I beat this game before, but it was like, I don't know, 25 years ago or something, whenever this came out. And I'm trying to remember, did I beat it or did I get close or something? I think it was a rental for me. So I only had it for like whatever the 3 days they let you keep it. And I was trying to beat it for sure. Captain Insano was played by wrestler The Big Show. Oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, now I can picture that. The Big Show as Captain Insano. Didn't need to add that. Last one. Oh yeah, no, I got it. Waterboy, yeah. Chaotic 18 plus genes, but he's hella fun. Just trying to build more humans. No problem, Umbra. Oh shit, what's this thing? Shield of Midas. The bearer of the Midas shield can collect treasure from hard to reach. Oh shit. By pressing R2 combined with throw shield to collect treasures. Oh damn. It's actually pretty cool then. Oh fuck. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh man, right when I get that cool item. which is probably gonna be gone now. Yeah, I don't get to keep it either. What the hell? Ugh. Shit. One place you should follow. Trying to not shout out everyone and promote others. As you do it off stream. I gotta start doing that stab motion. Oh shit. There we go. No, I don't really need that. And when does this thing break? Shit. Oh crap, okay. And no item. Sucks. Yeah, it would be nice to catch these with the shield. Got a lurk and work. Alright, Barf, thanks for the lurk. Okay. Three keys, shit. No, oh shit. Damn. Oh, you little bastard. Holy sh! Oh fuck! He stole it completely. Holy crap! Damn. That's what I gotta do to these damn birds. Just throw my shield. Tired of their shit. Oh, you bastard. Come on, bird. Oh. What the fuck? Oh wait, what's this? Magic bolt in hand. Enchanted sword can fire magic bolt. Alright. One shot for every 2 sword units. Oh, good. Damn, needed that. Hell yeah. You didn't read it as work? What else could it be? Lurkin and Wonk. Oh shit. Damn. Oh, that's the ending. How do I get in there again? Oh, here we go. Oh, I actually needed that. Just realized, haven't seen any going live notifications. Want me to post that in the Discord? I guess so, yeah. Why wouldn't they go on though? I wonder what's up with that. Let me see. Nothing came up? Let's see, going live. Yeah, I see one came up. 7:48. 7:16, yeah, like. Wait, is that right? It doesn't seem right. Oh, it's weird because it's showing me older going live notices, but they're from a different day, so I don't get that. Yeah, that's weird. So yeah, 7:48. That was the actual time. You might not have it on. Oh, you did see him? Just not paying attention. Okay. Alright, BRB. Oh, yeah. Damn. What? No more shield shit. Truthfully, you don't think many of you really pay attention to anything these days? Might be true. Back. 81. Nope, get away. Oh yeah. 100 coins to save. Looks like the notice is there, but not notify users. Yeah, that's the weirdest save system. You can see the notified users. Oh, I don't even notice that. You can check who was notified. Yeah, I don't know. Don't you have a role system that allows users to have it? No. I think there's mods. That's it. I mean that might not even be true either. I think I probably don't even have mods in there. Wait, no, yes I do. Yeah. But yeah, other than that, I never mess with the tiny detailed stuff like that. Other roles, I don't even know what they're for. And do I want to go in there yet? At first, you thought Umbra was talking about the going live Twitch notification? Didn't get any from Discord either? Oh, damn. Oh, yeah, this is the skull. This thing. Process of sending a notice. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know any of that was going on. Oh, damn. Need armor. Oh, you bastard. Come on, armor. It's never armor. Gotta spend money. I'm impressed. Oh, yeah, I'm not even sure what you mean, but yeah, go ahead. Shouldn't be a big deal. I'll try to check right now and see what pops up in the notifications. Oh, at everyone. Maybe that's the problem? For those who don't know, like, okay, let's see. Welcome back, Godilla. See, that's a new message. Going live. Does it say? Must be something in the settings, I guess. Where you gotta make sure it says at everyone. It's posted in a section but didn't notify people. At everyone notifies everyone. Yeah. Yeah, the going live, I never really noticed that. It doesn't say at everyone? Is that how other... Let me check another Discord and see if that's what pops up for them. Let's see, going live. Oh, I don't see that either on other people's going live messages. Yeah, I don't even know where it is in Noah's Discord. I don't see the going live section. Yeah, I don't get it. What exactly I might have done differently or something? Oh crap, nope, wrong way. Yeah, I might as well. Dead heat. Can I buy armor here? Or find it by accident? Yes, awesome. Oh shit, no shield. Fuck. What? Oh man, there's 2 in a row. No. Oh, nice. Those are even better. Free lives. Oh. Oh shit. Nice. Got a shield. Everything's coming up, Millhouse. Fire sword, nice. Don't need that. Oh. Oh goddamn jumps. Whoa shit. Man. Awesome. Oh. Didn't notice him. Whoa, shit. Oh yeah, I need 2 keys. Okay. Mystery. No good. Oh, that was the bird. Yeah. Damn. I'll just get the mystery item. Let's see what the hell they give me. Gold shield. Oh. Actually pretty good. Nice upgrade there. Oops. Oh shit. Nope. Oh fuck. Yeah. Two lives. Okay. Whoa, shit. Why does that seem like it was gonna fall? Shit. Wait, now where? Okay. What is that barf? Oh, is that a cat? Loaf? Alright, nice. Doing good so far. Whoop. Damn. Oh, what? Didn't see that. Didn't go. Okay. No problem, Umbran. Okay, where do we... Shit. Where do I go? Yeah, how do I get up there? Pretty big jump. Oh, you meant to ask, you saw a toy at Walmart called Biker Mice? Oh, Biker Mice from Mars? Yeah, from the 90s cartoon. Yeah, I remember that, I don't know how long it lasted, but I do remember thinking, man, I don't like this cartoon. This obvious Ninja Turtles ripoff. It's like Street Sharks. It's kind of that quality. Oh shit. Yeah, Street Sharks also pretty bad. Cheap ripoff. Oh, you could get the fairy. Wait, do I have that item? No. Hold your shield. Each strike will reduce your shield. Okay. You actually you bought a Street Shark a long time ago. Damn. I think I saw them recently. I was kind of surprised how big the toys are. Like, I think they're like fucking way bigger than your average action figure. Kind of ridiculously oversized. You shoot this fool. Oh shit. Yeah. Oh, that didn't get him. Come on. That was a perfect hit. Yeah, I think there was a lot more Ninja Turtles wannabes Like, I guess you could say maybe Bucky O'Hare in a way. But no, that actually was a little more original and better. They had their own kind of story going on there. Oh shit. Oh no, I lost so much health there. Sucks. You saw Mattel posting about Street. Really? They're coming back? That'll be funny. A new cartoon and new toys and everything. Oh, here we go. This is the golden door. Or gate. Alright, I didn't make it here last time. It's weird, I saw a commercial from Mattel when I was checking out some wrestling videos yesterday, and it was like they were trying to make it like an emotional video about father and son playing with the action figures, the WWE action figures. Like, don't you remember when you played with wrestling toys back when you were a kid? I was like, no, that never happened. Get out of here. That's crazy talk. With your dad? With your friends, yeah, but your parents, what the hell? That's just weird. And it seemed to pop up right away because I clicked on a wrestling video. The commercial was instantly for some, oh damn, this fucking ghost. For wrestling toys. Well, I gotta kill that ghost before he does some more bullshit. Oh, how did I know this? What the fuck with this? Damn. Oh shit. Okay. You can only break them by doing a stab down. Oh yeah, you know that would be more like a better idea, I think. I would actually play the game. Oh, that ghost just hiding in that building. Oh, the Toxic Crusader. That was like you could call that a Turtles ripoff in a way. But the movie came out in the 80s too, so might have come out before anything turtle related. Before the Turtles comic, probably. Yeah, I think even that's pretty original on its own. Oh, but the cartoon, I think, started to create all those extra mutants, and they might have stole that idea, because the Toxic Crusader or Avenger only had the main Toxic Avenger. Still haven't seen part 2, so I don't know if they started adding more mutants. Probably that would make sense. Gotta have Toxie versus a bunch of other freaks. Oh yeah, and they still are sticking to that 2024, that lie. Still don't believe it. It's gonna be December, and they're still gonna say, yeah, it's gonna come out. Just wait. Well, no updates. It doesn't feel like it's coming out at all. It might be cancelled too. Who knows? The plant looked weird. I don't remember seeing another one like that. Oh, here comes the bird. Oh damn, this Power Rangers game is December. That's finally coming out. Yeah, that one I believe more, because it seems like they're actually talking about it like it's ready. It's ready to go. There's no delay. Oh shit. Damn. One life? Okay, 2. G.I. Joe Retro doesn't have a release date either. That one I haven't even seen what it looks like. I don't know what's up with that. Oh, it's stupid ghost again. Shit. Yeah, I wonder how that is. Alright, these are empty. Oh, for the a trailer or something? Yeah, let's see. Should I even go in here? Forgot what the hell I got. Oh, the golden. I need that actually, so. Man, screw that ghost. Ah, damn. No. Oh, this is gonna be a dog. Nope. Okay. Alright, that was worth it. This one was just a key, which is... Oh shit, but it might be gone. Oh no. What? It's already out. On Steam. Oh, console versions are now. Yeah, let me take a look at that. Because I think I saw an old arcade, an old G.I. Joe arcade game I didn't really know about. It came out September 26th. Damn. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. What's up with like video game websites or people on Twitch just not even playing it? Nobody's played it. Nobody gives a damn. I gotta figure out what the fairies are for. Been collecting them all this time. They're probably might be good actually, I don't know. Fairies and Maximo. What the hell do they do? Oh wait, this game is called Ghost to Glory? Oh shit. I guess I got it mixed up. What do the fairies do? Are like your continues once you get 50. Oh shit. Okay, damn, that is good to know. Fucking hell. I should collect all of them anytime I see them. Yeah, that would have made me feel safer playing this. Collecting all the fairies you see. Oh shit, man. What's this? Full health? No, not worth it. 11 fairies, 2 continues, 2 lives. Alright, this just looks like some not so bad jumps. Oh. No, you fucking asshole. Shit. Man. Oh shit, free life. Oh man. Did you put something about the game, Macus, in the Discord? Kinda wanna Wanna check it out anyways. Damn, what the fuck? They crowded this area with enemies. Oh good, some health. Damn. Oh no, fucking hell. Alright, now I could save and let's check out that G.I. Joe. Should be a trailer, right? It's gotta be a G.I. Joe game trailer. Wrath of Cobra, 2 months ago. Oh, this, yeah. The trailer says, release date, official release date trailer. Cobra's back. Oh, cool. I think I did see it, but I totally forgot. Yeah, that looks good. Oh, that was an ordeal? Are you talking about, the whole insurance thing you were saying earlier, Spice Boy? Oh man, if only they had the voices, this would be perfect. Yeah, I think they skipped doing voices for this. Oh, the insurance? Yeah, dealing with any bullshit like that always a pain in the ass. Nationwide is bouncing from California. What? So they're not gonna have any service in California at all? That shit sounds fucking illegal. To leave everybody uninsured suddenly. Kind of silly bullshit is that? That's fucked up. Yeah, and apparently it's because of all the natural disasters. Oh shit. So their dumbasses don't want to pay, don't want to do their job and actually pay people for all the disasters. So they're like, let's just get out of here. Can we just skip town? Sure. It's America. You can get away with whatever crime you want. Fuck it. Nobody's paying attention anymore. Damn, I'm about to die. Yep, man, it's shit doesn't make any sense. The whole point of an insurance company is to insure people, but they can just say no, we don't wanna. What kind of bullshit is that? Damn. Any help? Shit, what is this? Can't tell if I was here already. Oh wait, I think I was. This might be it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, insurance is usually required, I think, across the whole country, I would assume. They can opt out, but we can't. Yeah, fucking. I swear, we live in a fucking lawless nation, and people seem to not care or notice that there's all these dumb things that rich companies can get away with. Or rich people in general, they can do whatever they want to. And they don't suffer any consequences. Nothing. Skeleton hands tickle you to death. Yeah. You don't want to get touched by those. Yeah, it's so fucked. You know, people want to be all USA, but really? You sure about that? Yep. Everyone that's not rich is a little worker bee. Your best chance is to be born rich, and then you'll be set for life. Oh, Bally still got me. Bad to the bone. I think I skipped this one this time. Let's see, what is this? Might be one of the easier ones. Oh yeah, I did do this level 5. Alright, cool, we got armor ready to go. Yeah, just playing with everybody's lives, like everyone's their little toys. Calling again? Oh man. When are they gonna stop their bullshitting? God damn. Oh, fuck. Damn it. One life? Son of a bitch. Oh, I forgot to do a save, so fuck it. New save. Wait, where the hell? Oh shit. System, file save, or save state, I mean. Test it out. Alright, perfect. think that these phone calls are gonna be an all-day thing. It seems. Sir, you forgot to tell us if you wanted this or that, something. You know what? You gotta come into the office. That's the only way we're gonna settle anything. Oh, I don't have the fireball. Damn. Shit. Oh, this is a skeleton grounds shit. Oh, the wizard? Shit. Thought I heard that wizard about to shoot me with his magic. $17, getting up there. No, fucking ghost. Freaking annoying. Oh, shit. Damn. Yeah, this jumps. Pain in the ass. Breakable wall somewhere. No, the fuck. Mystery. Yeah. Full health, what a waste. What's that sound? Oh shit. Damn. 1, 2, 3. Holy shit. What? Says I could shoot this chain attack. Wait. Enchanted full sword. Can fire bolt to enemies. One shot for. Oh, I don't have any of that shit. Damn. Way back. Is it done? Did they say, okay, we're not gonna bother you anymore today? Yeah, I don't know why phone calls like that are always so ridiculously broken, and I always get problems with people on the phone like that saying, "Oh, our computer tells us that like whatever you're saying is not on file or whatever. Like, oh, what the hell? So you're gonna have to redo everything. Talk to us after that. Always some weird crap like that. And it's because their systems are broken. They don't know what the hell they're doing. Got awful workers. Yeah. Always weirdest bullshit going on. You're expecting plant-based Reese's? What the hell? Oh, there's the wizard. Shit. Oh shit, now he's just killing me. Damn. Alright. Okay, he does just disappear. It's usually when you eat something you're allergic to. Oh, okay, yeah, I forgot. I forgot you said chocolate messes you up, makes you sick. So are peanuts, you just remove the milk. Oh, so it's the milk that's the main problem. Yeah, milk chocolate. What do we got? What do we got here?
Barf_face_9000 just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
It's time to rock out. Where's my dancing emotes? Oh, Yoshi's glowing Warriors. Looks like the Austrian guy. I don't know which Austrian guy. You mean Hitler? He looks like Hitler. Just like that. Hell of a video. Oh yeah, I did forget that. That's probably everything. Let's see. I'm done here. $83. Oh shit. 76. Oh, the bridge. Alright, cool. The tomb tower. That's not. Oh, they're saying that's the tomb tower. Alright, yeah. this armor. Damn, 140. It is worth it. Sucks losing your shield over shit like that. Alright, I guess there's nowhere else, probably. Nowhere else to go. Yeah. Oh. It looks like you could go in there. The lava looks like marinara sauce. Yeah, I like just the sound. The creepy wind sound. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. A boss. Definitely gonna save right here. Wasn't expecting a boss. I forgot all about any bosses in this. So, let's see. Alright, cool. Oh shit. Damn. Oh shit.
What?
No save stating.
Alright.
Barf a sneer. It's playing the music from the original game as boss music. Yep, I don't know what the fuck to do. Oh wait. Oh shit, I see his toes are glowing red. Pretty interesting. Shit. If that's the way to beat him. Fuck. It's a bitch getting close though. Oh, Berg. Oh shit! Hey, Glitzy. Oh, thanks for doing that. Shout out.
To me. Oh.
Oh, George. What's up? Hey, what's up? George from Peru. You replaced the emotes you have to reset app? Yeah, thank you, Bert. Yeah, pretty good, Glitzy. Having a decent day. I had a good breakfast and doing alright in this game. There you go. Okay, shit. Alright, got it. Oh, that's the only fucked up part. Trying to get close to him. Just a few more. Oh shit. Oh, that sucks. Oh, no, no. Oh, I should have attacked there. Oh, fucking hell. Damn. Still gonna mess me up. Hope your flower's burning. Oh, today's your first day off since... You wanna post titties, Godilla? If it's 18 plus only, you can... Yeah, there's a 18 plus only channel. He knows about it. Damn, 2 more? Alright, that's much better. Oh shit. Damn. Oh shit, who the hell is this?
Maximo! Thank the goddess you're alive. Achilles is drilling into the underworld, and you must stop
Say what?
him. Here, this will help you. Choose one of these items. You will need all the help you can get against Achilles' army.
This is an item. Full armor. What the hell's this? Gotta see what that is.
Now hurry. The other sorceresses are still in terrible danger. Please help them.
Never let me in. Omega? What?
Your orders were to kill Maximo.
Oh, after you left?
Here is your reward.
Yeah. I guess. I don't know. Oh shit, Noah. Damn.
Yes, my lord.
What's up, Noah?
Away and torture him until he dies. Maximo, your
Oh, yeah, thanks for doing that too.
so pleasant.
Gotta drag this over. Today you can only learn.
Oh, Kid Icarus. Oh, end of clip. Well, I'm good, Noah. Yeah, doing alright. Oh shit, that's messed up. Not a good way to start this world. Yeah. Wait, who was asking? Godilla? You wanted to go into the adult channel? Oh wait, Umbrin, you wanna go in that? You can go in, but I don't know if you really want that. Oh yeah, that's an old clip for you, Noah. Do you get newer clips on other channels?
Dude, I warned you. I said I was gonna do that if you did that again.
Maybe I gotta change the settings, but I could have sworn I did to make sure to show newer clips. Yeah, kinda remember you playing that a long time ago. Kid Icarus on 3DS. Oh man, but it's good that you showed up, because B-Habs asked for me to draw something up for you, and that's one that I've been waiting to show off right now. I'll do that. Here we go. Here's Noah's, a gift from B-Habs. Oh, Barf, he's the squid up there. The squid next to B-Hab's little bee. So since Noah's a big Cars 2 fan, yeah, at first I didn't know what type of car, and then I was like, oh, of course, gotta make it Tow Mate or whatever whatever his name is. It's gotta be him. Noah's favorite character from any animated movie or show. So Noah will be right here. Highlighted character of the day. Yeah, so you can thank B-Habs for that. I don't know how happy you are that you got your own Cars character. Yeah, it doesn't get better than Larry the Cable Guy. Oh damn, what is this? Oh, oh shit. Okay. I forgot all about this swamp world. Oh. Yep, this is... feels like it's all brand new to me now. No, I don't know what age you were. I don't know if you mentioned it before or what, but no. Uh-oh. Gotta roast BHABs.
Umbran Crow 1215 asked me, roast
Oh, no,
BHABs.
she hasn't been
BHABs,
here.
huh? More like be lame buzzing around the hive of mediocrity. You're the type of person that'd get lost in a one-way street with a GPS. If brains were honey, you'd be scraping the bottom of an empty jar. You're like a bee that forgot how to sting. All buzz and no bite. But hey, at least you're consistent. Consistently underwhelming. Keep on buzzing. Maybe one day, you'll find the nectar of competence.
Yeah, you can just clip it with command. So yeah, it's there now. You can show it to her anytime. Fucking rude Joker, yep. It's pretty damn rude. He's a real son of a bitch. Rude. Oh yeah, there was a Noah roast too. Oh man. Oh, let's check it out. Wait, why is the audio shut off on this? Unmute. Let's just watch it right Noah's roast. Oh wait, this is BHABs, right? Did you put up Noah's roast?
Umbran Crow 1215 asked me, roast Noah the Otter. Noah the Otter, slipping on the ice like an otter trying to dance ballet. You're about as useful as an inflatable dartboard flapping around with all the finesse of an octopus on a unicycle. If brains were seashells, you'd be digging in the sandbox. Keep dreaming. Noah, maybe one day you'll evolve into a walrus with a plan. Until then, swim on in your puddle of mediocrity.
That's like his favorite thing to say, mediocrity. that rude bastard. Has anybody tried telling him to roast himself? Probably, yeah. I wonder what he said. Not recovering from that. What a roast. Oh no.
Umbran Crow 2015 asked me, roast Glitzy Witchy. Oh, Glitzy. Witchy! You sparkle like cheap glitter that just won't come off floating around like you've got a spell book, but you're really just waving around a manual for IKEA furniture. If brains were magic, you'd struggle to pull a rabbit out of a hat. Maybe a moth instead. You're like a potion gone wrong, all fizz and no bang. But hey, keep casting your spells. Eventually one might actually work.
What's up? Oh shit. Yeah, get him, Glitzy. Hex his ass. That rude son of a bitch. Oh, can't jump that high. What's going on here? Or maybe I could. No, that's too freaking high. Oh, nice. Got my armor. Oh, damn. Nope. Get away, get away. Shit. Oh, God. You want the adult section? I'm just asking. They make silicone beads. Safe to chew. Chewing beads. Oh, wait. Oh, nothing. Chewing beads. I guess that's something that people like to do. Everybody wants chewing beads. Oh, for autistic people, it's sensory and sensory people. Okay. Necklace for necro. Okay. A necklace. As they put everything in their mouths. Umbran just likes to bite. He's a biter. Oh, man. Oh, yes. Wait. Oh, shit, is this... Whoa, what the hell? Oh. It's only 20 seconds? Oh, man. That sucks. And back to normal. Bid someone is enough to give them a dark purple ring. You're a pro at hickeys, Umbrin?
Dude, I warned you. I said I was gonna do that if you did that again.
No, don't need to be nonverbal. You could just hit them if you like chewing on stuff. Tons of textures for sensory people. And the music in this place is way different too. It's like a different game now. What's going on here? Oh no. Umbrin stuck in ads. Man, what the? What a cool little statue they got here. A frog queen. Oh, you're not in the ads yet? Huh. Yeah, it's always weird when they start for some people. What is this place? Nothing in there.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Means can just redeemed I didn't do fucking shit.
Oh shit, mind scan? That was you. Time for mind scan shout out. Oh, I was gonna say, is that Mega Man? Pretty cool. Oh, the chat summaries, yeah. They always do a good job of summarizing. In the shadowy corners of Omega's chat, whispers of an adult channel.
What the fuck is this
and
piece of
cheeky
shit?
roasts filled the air. Umbren played the provocateur while Glitzy proposed a sensory bead charm amidst laughter and clips of
What are you
the
doing?
past mischief.
Hmm?
Noah
What are you
dodges the
doing?
burns with humor
Nothing.
as the community crafted
Me?
ideas and inside jokes.
Just hanging around.
What are you doing?
Hmm?
What are you doing?
Nothing.
What the
Me?
fuck is this piece of shit?
Just hanging around.
But's up. Oh yeah, it's Maximo. Mind scan. Yeah. Yeah, no problem. Well, forest fires are fun. Fish would give good. What is that? Oh shit. Armor, okay. Nope. Well. What are you doing? I don't know, Umbren. Maybe she does want to see those boobs bouncing. Oh no, an hour and a half meeting. That sounds pretty awful. Oh, get out of here. Ah, man, that sucks. Didn't know. That water's all the cats coming out. One last little meow. Alright, shit. This is gonna be tough. I think.
Willow ptarmigan. Lagopus lagopus.
Shit. Whoa, whoa. Oh, oh shit. For what the hell do I want to do this for? 3 coins? Nah. Fuck that. Shirt on, shirt off. Up to Umbren. Oh yeah, I beat him earlier. The big Frankenstein with a shovel. Yeah, I found out you gotta do this to his feet Those big red toes. That was the secret. Oh shit, you can go up there? Not sure why, but hopefully it's something going on over here. Damn. Whole lot of nothing. Godzilla the titty man. Oh shit, too far. Oh, what the hell? Shit, I already got confused where the hell I'm going. Alright, where to go? Armor, 100 coins. Man. Oh, motherfucker. Holy shit. Damn. It doesn't seem fair. Oh, fuck. Even on land? Damn. Who, the newest cartoon? That's Noah the Otter as Tow Mater from Cars, the Cars movies. Apparently he's a big fan. Oh man. Oh. Damn. This is function out of here. Gonna go watch Kit. What is that? Kit Boga. Alright. Yeah, alright, Brady. Thanks for popping in. Yeah. Wonder what Kit Boga is. And can I kill this crocodile? Damn. Hmm. What? There you go. Oh shit. Sword upgrade. He's a guy who always messes with scammers. Oh, okay. That sounds pretty cool. Somebody should mess with those scammers. Your sword blade has magically increased. Give you long. Oh shit. Yeah.
The fate of the
Very
universe will be decided as it should be.
Immortal Combat.
More. Oh, nope. Got more. More alligators. Oh, I need another key though. Damn. Oh wait, no I don't. Alright. Very good. Time for another dance party. In Mortal Kombat. Oh, I use this, right? Yep. I guess that's everything, probably. Bam, 59. Oof. Missed a ton of stuff. The magic tree level 8. What? How'd I got to level 8 already? What? How the hell? Hmm. This game looks super nice. Yeah. Gotta give it to the emulator. Whoever makes this emulator. PS whatever the hell. PS2 something, I forgot what the hell it's called. So this is what the game would look like in 720 or might be 1080, I'm not sure. Cause I know for sure it didn't look like this on PS2. Yeah, it's amazing how good everything looks from these over 25-year-old games. Like, damn, this is what it should have looked like if we had HD TVs back then. And if the PS2 was able to play at 1080. Yeah, it would have been nice and sharp, everything. Voodoo Village. Time for some Tenchu. Yeah, I think you could actually make the PS1 Tenchu look pretty decent if it was in HD. You also been meaning to play Shadow Hearts. Oh yeah, I kind of know what that is. I definitely heard that name before, Shadow Hearts. Oh no, you played that before, Shadow Hearts? Forgot if you played it on stream or not. PS1 Tenchu with Ayami G-string code. Damn, that was actually something that was in the game. That's crazy. PS1 G-string codes. That was a thing. Holy shit. That's like the fake ass rumors about what do you call it, Tomb Raider having a naked code or something. Everyone just spreading lies. Like, oh yeah, you could see her naked in Tomb Raider 1. Oh shit, why is the sword glowing now? Alright, got a glowing sword. That's pretty badass. Yeah, everybody would make up some ridiculous rumors about some games, and people would swear by them. Like, I swear to God, it's true. And you try to do the code, and it's like, oh no, you did it wrong. Trust me, bro. It's all real. Yeah. Oh yeah. It probably was like from PlayStation Magazine. Yeah, the magazines were doing a lot of those. Like I think it all started with EGM's fake thing about getting to play against Sheng Long, the mysterious teacher of Ken and Ryu. It's pretty cool that Capcom ended up making that character real, all based on that. All based on that lie. Like, hey, you know what? That is a good idea. Thanks, Video Game Magazine. Totally gonna steal it and not give you any credit. The one or EGM? Yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of them started to do it every April Fools they would come out with some bullshit thing that everyone was falling for pretty much. One you remember, if you do like 20 blade kicks in a row with Guile, he pull out a gun and shoot the opponent. Shit, that sounds too ridiculous that I knew that would be a lie right away. Like bullshit. I mean, it would be the best thing ever, but it just sounds so fake. Right off the bat, fake as hell. Oh yeah, I'm sure everybody across the country was trying to do the insane requirements to get Shenglong. It was like get a perfect, 2 perfects on M. Bison. Some ridiculous.
You sure about that? You sure about that? That's why?
Mindscan just redeemed. You sure about that?
Pretty sure. Bam. Okay. So over here. Oh shit, here we go. No, wait, I do have a key. Yeah, try and get
Willow ptarmigan.
2
Lagopus
perfects on
lagopus.
M. Bison was pretty impossible, I think. I don't know if there's experts that can do it. Probably there's always an expert at everything. Oh. Yeah, and Bison, they really made him super cheap. Like he could do his tornado move anytime he wanted without charging up. Just fucking like it was a button press for him. Do fucking 20 in a row super fast. Monogram boxers? What the fuck? 300? That's way too much. For some underwear? Oh, nope. Damn you. Oh shit, but maybe I can get around that. Or what was up here? Did I even try this? Oh no. Man, gotta go fight that damn mimic. Oh no, I don't. Screw that. What were my biggest inspirations for art? Shit, every cartoon I used to watch as a kid. The Real Ghostbusters, fucking Ren and Stimpy. Let's see what else is a favorite of mine.
the Gaming Truge just raided.
Oh, it's Truge. Thanks for the raid, Gaming Truge. Or just Truge. Or is it Trouge? Because that Australian said it as Truge.
Here, seriously, here. I can read.
Go shout out to
I can read, I just can't
Truge.
say what the word says. Thanks a lot, no problem. Say, as long as you can make these dope stairs. You know what? Bowser's actually not trying to blow up the stairs for once.
Alright,
Last time we bowed him, he was.
taking on Bowser.
Wah! It's you! How's your bunning from
Oh,
last time,
thanks,
matey?
yeah. That's pretty much where the style that I try to, well, it just, after drawing them, all that stuff, it's like what I pretty much just naturally will draw stuff like. It's gonna look like a combination of all that. every cartoon. Don't forget Real Monsters. Yeah, that would count. I would count that too. I like to make characters. Oh, I don't want that treasure box. I like the weirdo creatures in the cartoon. The voice got your name right? Oh, alright. So it is Truge. Yeah, sometimes they really mess up the names, and I'm like, that can't be right. Played, Steins Gate? Oh, yeah, and we get all the old clips, apparently. No matter what settings I try to put on. Everybody has the oldest clips pop up. So I didn't really know Steins Gate was, they made a game for it too. I think Noah mentioned it, but I forgot to even check it out. But yeah, that's crazy how popular it is. That anime. I never even heard of it before Noah brought it up. And do I want to even go that way? Nah, screw it. Trying to just beat the game. Visual novel made in 09. Yeah. Oh my god, what the hell? New enemy, shit. God damn. Oh. Yeah, I was surprised that it's so popular. They made a theme park or something dedicated to it in Japan. It's pretty cool. They do a lot of stuff for the best people's favorite animes in Japan. Oh shit. Oh, fucking. Still alive. Alright, Truge. Have a good lurk. Mickey gonna be like, bro, I didn't even eat McDonald's. Ellen. Oh shit, nope, nope. Fuck that. No. Did you see what happened up above?
What? You're back so soon?
Mickey D tried to ban a piece of himself.
Next time, the price increases.
Did he? Did he tried banning yourself? Mickey banned. He banned Mickey apparently. Whoa, shit. Okay. I didn't know you could even do that. Ban yourself? Oh no, fuck that guy sucks. Oh, damn it. Wait, I didn't checkpoint that? What the fuck? That's weird. Oh, we got a game over. Fuck. Yep, that's what it was. Oh. Looks like he quit though.
Let me see what tasks we have available. Please be patient. Alright. A renegade member, no escape, a renegade mage.
Oh,
Mage.
there is a
Let's
Mickey
try
D.
a renegade member. You can choose a quest, that's cool. Oh, not a boob lady, sorry Jess. You'll have to keep it in your pants. I apologize. From time to time, the Brotherhood is forced to do an accounting in our own books. A traitor has been found
What are you
within our
doing?
order who must be settled. You've been...
What are you doing?
So the real Mickey D,
Me?
or that guy.
Just hanging around.
Oh, there used to be. Okay, he did quit. Euro McDonald.
Dude, I warned you. I said I was gonna do that if you did that again.
There's a European version of everybody, I bet. Okay, this is where I messed up. Isn't it? No, that water you could jump in. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Yeah, A jump scare.
What was his partner at sea?
It's supposed to be as loud as possible.
Everything.
And still got these clips of Mortal Kombat. The even shittier Mortal Kombat movie, Annihilation. Right. What's in there? Oh yeah, diamond. Holy shit, that movie is so fucking terrible. I don't know how they let those CGI special effects out the door and what the was there a Dunstan clip? Oh no.
You will never win.
Another Mortal Kombat Annihilation clip. What the fuck? Shoutouts obsessed with that fucking movie for some reason. Oh damn, there's keys there. Not worth it. Holy fuck, that's a crazy ass jump.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Means can just redeemed I didn't do fucking shit.
Means? Was it?
Willow ptarmigan. Lagopus lagopus. Willow ptarmigan. Lagopus lagopus.
Why me?
Because you seem
Was
a
that-
nice enough sort.
Oh, that's nice.
And you've made it.
Hey,
this
Sonny
far.
D. We Sonny
If
D
you
and Mickey
don't,
D.
I'll swallow your soul and
Critters.
vomit it into the
The last
ever-filling
movie
chamber
clip.
pot of the ageless.
Macus, I think that had to be Critters. Yeah, Critters. I heard that little critter laugh.
Talk about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face.
I'm telling you, you guys are doing terrific out here.
Damn, back to Hot to Trot.
The Acme Useless
Shit.
people are out in the stands. Yeah, they're buying up all the winners. Useless, you know, glue. Hey, this is easier than I thought. Yeah? Well, don't get cocky. Hey, Lindbergh, quit.
No, not that. The cheetah.
He just keeps doing that.
That music. The cheetah clip of the day. How do you actually get over this shit? He just keeps doing that. Shit. Oh, fucker. Got him down. Oh, shit.
Time. Okay, so come on in. This is, of course, the mess we call
Holy
creative
fuck,
engineering. One time, Michael Jackson came to visit us, and I was so embarrassed about the mess, and it was that I didn't bring him in here. I brought him to one of the shops that we had, another one of the shops we had that was all cleaned up, and he wasn't that entertained. I should have brought him over here and shown him our mess. In discussing creative engineering, I have to start at the beginning, which is
Fire or Dunstan. The gold clips. Oh, damn, another key.
Hold it down, you stinking swabs! Get it? Put all them crates of stolen toys in me cabin and make it snappy, you barnacle butts! Oh, and before I retire to count me booty, I've a teensy question for yous. Who pooped in the peanut barrel? Who pooped in the peanut barrel?
Oh shit. Just gotta get over there. Fuck everything else.
talking horse, and I loved it. It was a little animatronic talking horse. I started getting all these invitations to build talking bears and talking monsters of various sorts. And before you know it, I was building whole shows.
I like to play baseball. I like to go swimming. We like to go to movies with pretty women.
By 1978, I took an entire
I like traps. Wait, no, I didn't say anything. I said nothing. I said fucking nothing.
The queen bee. They call me the beekeeper.
Who's that? Oh,
I'm done! Do what you want! Pull the plug!
that weirdo.
Willow ptarmigan. Lagopus lagopus.
I crack myself up.
about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face.
Freaking armor. Shit. I don't remember that. Oh, is that the lady in the van?
When
I write
write about all this, people would say there's too much about shit. But there was a lot about
That movie
shit.
I missed.
Shit was in the forefront.
Yeah, how do I get back?
Which is not a word I like. Caring.
Can I get in here? I need to. Oh my god!
Oof, that's not. Not safe. Shit, the fuck with this? Oh fuck! Oh shit! Is that also Mechas? Yeah, maybe.
Lenny, where are you?
Hello.
Mind scan confirmed for FBI.
What are you doing here?
What, Oscar? Did you forget something?
Oh,
maybe you forgot. You're a shark.
Hi. Shark! Swim, Angie! I'll cover you! Quick! Before it's too late!
Holy fuck! Alright, shit. Too many jumps. Too many damn jumps in this.
Very poor choice of words.
¿Qué estás diciendo, botón? Sí, botón, dije botón. Botón, dije botón. ¿Qué botón?
This is fantastic, bro.
Botón, ya lo veo. No lo sé.
Whoa, what the fuck? Shit. The same one? Oh.
Thank you. What was his partner, Red Sea?
Everything!
Same 5 clips. Yeah, that shit is fucking broken, man. What the hell? Whoa, get the fuck out of here. Shit. Alright, this level. God damn. Finally. Voodoo Village? You piece of shit. Fucked up level. Should upload that to YouTube. Stupid cheater. I thought it was on YouTube. You didn't put that up? Oh, 2 a-holes. Just combine them into one video. Yeah, how many zoo videos do you have? That's the only one I remember. You got others? Yeah, should. Might as well combine them. Oh man, where's the save spot in this freaking world? Yeah, I only remember the cheetah video. Trying to think what else. Is there a monkey video or something you got? Somehow gas station video over 300 views. Yeah, I don't know what it is about weird videos like that. People actually want to see that. They think you're gonna rob the gas station or some shit. That's what it is. They're like, oh shit, what's gonna happen? He's gonna start shooting and shit. Give me all the money. Or just run out with all the Fritos and shit you got. Them bones. Water safe or what? Does not look safe. Piece of shit piranhas. Yeah, give me all the GBA ROMs.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Minskan just redeemed I didn't do fucking shit.
Minskan, that's how he says it. Minskan. Plant Reese's were good. The pussy was not. You ordered pussy too? Plant-based pussy? The hell is this? Oh. Man, there's no place to save. This is fucked up. And that's why I gotta do save states, cause this game is crazy. No save area in this part. Say what? And they don't want you to get this diamond? What's up with that? Oh shit, is this it? Anything? Nope. Oh shit, here we are, god damn. There we go. Fucking thing was hard to find for some reason. This piece of shit. The streamer's a wild card. 1 minute they're watching Lady in a Van. The next they're causing mayhem in GTA 5. Pretty wild shit. Watching Lady in the Van. And then playing GTA. This guy's fucking insane. Do I have Hulk Hogan as one of the voices? We should make him say that. Let's see what he sounds like. Saying all this weird shit. Hulk Hogan, where are you? Chris Rock, Chucky, Joker, Hank Hill, Nick Cage, Bart, Christopher Walken, Macho Man. Fuck. I guess Macho Man will have to do.
Omega Mac 10 asked me, let me tell you something, brother. This streamer is a wild card. 1 minute they're watching a lady in a van. The next they're causing mayhem in GTA 5. What you gonna do when they stream on you, brother? Ooh, yeah, that's the cream of the crop, baby. You never know what kind of chaos is brewing in that stream. Oh no. 1 minute it's a cozy ride in a van, next it's high speed chases with explosions galore. You better be ready for a roller coaster of emotions, because when Omega Mac 10 hits that stream button, it's like stepping into the ring with the Macho Man. So buckle up, because the madness is just getting started. Oh yeah, what you gonna do when the wild card plays their ace?
Oh shit, how do you get that? Damn, that's bullshit. Can't get that. Them bones. Had to stop buying movies. No more room. Damn. You gotta get a whole nother room just for movies. Oh shit, what the fuck? Damn. Damn, that sucks. Okay. Damn, Silver Shield. 7 hour, another hefty Mac. It's another
movie Mac biggie.
Oh fuck. Damn. Oh shit, armor thing. Oh, fucking limited time of usefulness. Wait, what? Can do a spin? Damn. Fucking crazy. You can't kill this guy. What? What happened there? Nope. There you go. Should do that. Ooh, man. Oh. What the fuck? Damn. Fuck up. Oh. Come on, fuck.
What the fuck is this piece of shit? Huey, baby Huey. Baby Huey singing the, what was it, the duck song? The quack song or some shit? Quack or duck? Oh, doing the duck. That's what it was, right? Doing the duck. Doing the duck. Acha cha. Oh, damn. Every time you use it, we gotta listen to the entire song. The entire 10-minute song or whatever it was.
Oh shit, what is this? Mighty throw. The distance the shield can be thrown. Uh-oh. Now where? Fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, what is that? A mask? Ugh. Oh man. Only the shield could grab items. Oh fuck. Oh, what is this thing? Mask of Sorrow. The wearer of the mask will temporarily possess the power of the underworld's fiery pits. Now the wearer's very touch becomes a deadly weapon. The mask's power cannot be used against a boss. Maximum armor. Could have sworn it did a spin move at some point. The voice actor for Milhouse on Simpsons is retiring. Damn. Is that, it's gotta be a girl, right? That's a woman that does Milhouse. That sucks. Losing one of the best voices. Oh, fuck. And I'm sure that person does a bunch of other voices too. Like everybody does 10 voices on that show. Minimum 10 voices. Oh. Whoa, fucking asshole. Uh-oh. Oh no, fucking wizard. Ah, this sucks. Damn. Damn, that fucking wizard messed me up. What an asshole.
You sure about that? You sure about that? That's why?
Mindscan just redeemed. You sure about that?
Oh no. Oh, got it. Oh, it is a woman that does Millhouse's voice. A skit about poop particles on the receipt. What? Hey, what's up, Willie? Poop particles on the receipt? Nope, never heard of that. Poop knife? All right. Oh shit, what?
I didn't do fucking shit!
Minscan just redeemed. I didn't do fucking shit.
You were on that show with that guy? Wait, you were? You were on the show? All those clips are from? Oh, and there was a skit about poop particles on the receipt. Damn, no, I forgot that. Is that easy to find on YouTube? You should watch it right now. Uh-oh, fucking, come on. Oof. Pamela Hayden, after 36 years. Millhouse, Rod and Todd, Jimbo, oh shit. Damn, yeah, Jimbo's another cool one. Rod and Todd were funny. They all have their moments. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Wait, oh shit, am I going back? Fuck. Oh yeah, damn. Keep going in circles and shit.
Willow ptarmigan, Lagopus lagopus.
Mind scan alert. Oh, you having trouble finding it? Yeah, shit, I wonder what episode then would it be, or something like. What's the easiest way to describe that sketch? Did I get this one? Okay, I did. And I was supposed to go this way. Shit. Wait, no, where the fuck do they want me to go? Oh, shit. Found it? Oh. Yeah, let's see. Puta.
Willow ptarmigan, Lagopus Lagopus.
He's dead. Okay. Oh shit. I forgot the clips just keep going. I was like, what is that? TikTok video still going.
You sure about that? You sure about that? That's why?
Minds can just redeemed. You sure about that?
Willow ptarmigan. Lagopus Lagopus.
You sure about that? Hmm. That bird, Lagopus lagopus. I think that's the scientific way of saying its name. Ptarmigan. Lagopus lagopus. Damn. Oh, fuck.
McDonald's gave me
No,
diabetes.
no,
Just
no.
redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
What's that? Wait, isn't this the same video I put on? Oh yeah, it is. This is Lagopus muta. They are an eater's bird. An eater's bird, full of flavor. Oh, okay. Slightly funky, all as all grouse are. Hmm. Gotta try some ptarmigan. Some fried up ptarmigan. It looks like the Shredder's Revenge developers, but I think it's somebody different. So they still don't know when it's coming to consoles? Is that what the... They're still trying to figure that out? Oh yeah, and I barely found out there was a G.I. Joe arcade game. Oh, you played it on MAME? Oh, okay, yeah. It must have been rare in actual arcades, because I never even heard people talking about it or anything. Where the hell? Ah, shit. Oh, there you go. That's... Shit, too far. Oh. You want to play the Simpsons arcade? You haven't played it before? That one I think came out on a lot of different consoles. And this is a jump. Here we go. Never heard about it till randomly saw the ROM and just, oh, okay. Yeah, I saw it on YouTube or something. Just out of nowhere. Video suggestion, I think. Man, what the hell? What did I miss? I can't jump on that. Ever heard of what? Big titty goth egg? Oh shit, is this the fuck? Damn, somehow I missed this. Free line. Go. Oh, fucking ghost. Damn. Not worth it. Holy shit, what the fuck? Move, motherfucker. Shit. Anybody heard of Big Titty Goth Egg? Fuck. Oh, okay, that's where you could go. Oops. Shit. Alright, yeah. Oh, man. Oh shit. Jeez. What is this? How boxers? Nope. Whoa, this motherfucker. Slow down. Oh shit. Oh, this is the final area. Yeah. Oh shit. Damn. I didn't see that. Ooh, what a level. Is it boss time? Nope, not boss time. Collect treasure. R2. Combine throw shield. What did I even get? Oh, wait, I got the diamond. What the fuck? Oh, fuck. Sneaky bastards. So what is this? Your armor bar has been magically increased to hold a maximum of 4. Missing a level somewhere. Oh, damn. Here we go. Quick and a death.
Fuckers won't die.
Donald
Everybody get naked! Commander Mishkagam is going to be great!
Well, why not? This party's just getting started!
Everybody!
In honor of Milhouse retiring, we show Milhouse's dad. Bam. Oh no, more crows. Fucking shit. What about you? No. Apparently they're making a sequel to Bad Guys. Still haven't seen the first one. What? No? Hell no. I don't know what a big titty goth egg. What? What the fuck is it? Silver Shield? Yeah. Tit Biggie. Tig Bitty. Goth Kitty. Let's see, Wild Robot. That was good. Oh, you see, that Wild Robot was good. Yeah, I heard that was good too. The Bad Guys, it was alright. Thought it was pretty decent. Oh, fucking ghost. Piece of shit. You saw Wild Robot with Grandma Macus? Oh, so you're saying you liked it, that it was good? Yeah, I heard it barf. Saw it. And forgot what he criticized about it. Maybe that it was too long or something. Oh fuck. Bird. You piece of shit bird.
Willow ptarmigan. Lagopus lagopus.
Oh, you ghost. Fucking ghost piece of shit. Motherfucker. The streamers, talking about Faust Fitzgerald, Mouse Fitzgerald. Damn, no shield.
You sure about that? You sure about that? That's why?
Mindsca just redeemed. You sure about that?
Oh. Ads are on. Be right
What are you doing?
Hmm?
What are you doing?
Nothing. Me? Just hanging around.
What are you doing?
Hmm?
What are you doing?
Nothing. Me? Just hanging around.
Oh shit.
What are you doing?
Hmm?
What are you doing?
Nothing. Me? Just hanging
Gooning.
around.
What are you doing?
Just gooning around.
What are you doing?
Nothing. Me?
Oh no.
Just hanging around.
Bastards.
What are you doing?
Hmm?
What are you doing?
Nothing. Me? Just hanging around.
What are you doing?
Cool.
Hmm?
What are you
Surprise
doing?
alligator.
Nothing. Me? Just hanging around.
Oh. Motherfucker. Dirty freaking gator. Oh, they don't layer? Wait. Do any of them layer on each other?
Can I get in here? I need to. Oh my god!
People gotta
What are you
use
doing?
them at the same time.
What are you doing?
Nothing. Me? Just hanging
'Cause I
around.
think I did see that happen.
You sure about
Can I
that?
get in here? I need to. Oh my
You
god!
sure about that? That's why?
Omega Mac
I didn't
10
do
just
fucking
redeemed.
shit!
You sure about that?
Omega Mac 10 just redeemed. I didn't fucking cheat.
I'm done. Do what you want.
Yeah.
Pull the plug.
Talk about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face.
The ET and buttered sausage went on top of each other. Oh shit, I'm fucking. What the hell? Oh no.
Talk about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face.
Green ghost. Lady Link. Be good. Oh, no. Oh shit. Oh fucking gator, you piece of shit. Damn it. That son of a bitch. What was for lunch? 'Cause you've been here for a minute. I just had breakfast, that was it. But yeah, I'm starting to get hungry again. Did you have breakfast and lunch? You had to have breakfast, right? Yeah. Wondering what to get for lunch. Yell at me like you do Glitzy? Oh, avocado toast, okay. And coffee. Yeah, and I always wanted to try that, but I don't know. Seems avocado toast, like seems like something that never really comes to mind when I want to get something to eat. Sounds like it might be good. I don't know. Oh, you make her go eat and take breaks. Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah. I'll definitely do that in a little bit. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where. Am I going the right way? What's going on here? Okay, no, this is... Okay, yeah. Got a gator attack. Oh, fuck. Nope. You bastard. Oh. Damn, wizard. Yeah. That makes sense, so... Let's see. Those, go pretty long, too, without eating. Oh, man. No. Damn. Freaking green ghost. What the hell? Break out of it. Go eat. Alright, I will. Yes, ma'am. Oh, what the? No wonder I did not see this one. You take care of your peeps. Yeah, I guess I'm learning that now. That's good to hear. Because peeps, it needs to be taken care of. Oh man. What in the hell? Damn. Oh, nope. That's Noah the Otter. You know him, right? The bee right above to his right. I don't know if you know Beehaps. She's a mod in his streams, and she likes to make fun of him that he likes cars. Or it's just a joke that since Beehabs likes Cars movies, and Noah hates them. So she said, make him a Cars otter. Oh damn. Yeah. Yeah, he actually showed up today, so I was like, oh damn, perfect. Get to show him his little cartoon. Oh, this one too? Damn. Fucking suck. Oh. Okay, there's a gator here. You're so creative, Logan. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I like all these weird characters together on screen. Oh, damn, always gets me. Uh-oh. Run away, run away. Yeah. Nice. Oh shit. Yeah. Oh no, you sneaky ass. Oh man, I just should run. Too much going on over there. Ooh. Lucky I got that. Oh no, this water kills you. Oh, damn it. How long are you going beyond yet? Driving home, like 45 minutes away. Probably 15 minutes. Just want to save after this level. Hopefully it's very close to the end. Did you say or ow? I don't know what that is. OMG, driving home. Well, be safe. Oh no. Am I dead?
What?
No. Okay. Damn, that sucks.
All right.
Okay. I guess might as well end it right now, cause holy shit, this level's kicking my ass. And I'm ready to eat. Whew. Yeah, I'm gonna finish up right now. Let's go to the end screen. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, I gotta put Noah somewhere. I think I had him set up here. Oh, there he is, yeah. Yeah, he's right in my face, so I don't know. Whoops, don't wanna move that. Wait, is the music not on? I'm not hearing it. Is it on? Oh, I had it shut off. What the? That's weird. Wonder why it was shut off. Alright, make him a little bit. Whoops. Small enough so I can still breathe. Go do the last second. Last second video requests.
Myagadilla99 just redeemed choose a short YouTube video.
Alright. Here we go. Black grouse. Standoff. Fight.
The fate of the universe will be decided as it should be.
Immortal combat.
Bum, bum, bum. Alright, back to the end. Time to raid out. Let's see what's on right now. Bing, bing. Wait, is Glitzy not on screen? Oh. Oh. Damn. Why wasn't she on? I don't know what the hell's going on here. Let's see. Glitzy gotta be out here somewhere. There we go. The sound, they sound like they're giggling. Yeah. Who's on?
Hey, what are you doing here?
Oh, thanks, lady.
Okay, little guy.
Much love and hugs to YouTube, to everybody who visited today. Let's go see Chrissy. Chrissy Angel. Boom, boom. See what she's up to. Chrissy Angel. Playing Disney Dreamlights. Alright, thanks everybody. Thank you, Lady Link, Godilla, Barf, Yosh, Mecha's, Floor Tap. See how many names I can remember. George from Peru, Mindscan. And let's raid out. Let's go say what's up to Chrissy.